Under the jagged shadow of the eclipse, a blighted wasteland is revealed as a screeching hatchling lunges at our hero. With a roar of defiance, Arthur drives his blade deep into the beast's throat, piercing every vital organ. The monster thrashes, trying to swallow him whole, and Arthur's grip nearly fails under the creature's massive weight. Finally, the beast goes limp, leaving Arthur gasping for air while wiping foul, dark ichor from his weary face. Just as he finds his breath, a knight barks an order. Grand warriors are clashing with colossal horrors nearby. These elite soldiers sneer at the meager effort they just witnessed, mocking the boy's pathetic struggle for survival. They berate Arthur for failing his duties as a lowly porter, while he stammers out a desperate, tired apology. They leave him behind to scavenge the ruins, alone with nothing but his own hollow and bitter feelings. This realm shattered when the rift opened, a nightmare dimension where ancient terrors became a grim, daily reality. After the void bled into their world, humans began awakening powers to hunt these monsters and explore. Now, a man's worth isn't found in his heart, but in the rank of the crest he bears. High-ranking lords slay gods, while the weakest are forced into servitude, treated worse than common curs. Arthur isn't a hero. He's just a common porter without a drop of magic, carrying the knight's heavy gear. He calls out to the company after gathering the loot, but the silence that greets him is absolutely chilling. His heart stops. Every knight in the valley lies dead, leaving him the sole survivor of the sudden slaughter. The glorious heroes show no signs of life, and before he can even scream, a massive shadow falls. A booming voice declares him the last witness as a towering demon rises, looking down with pure scorn. This is the archdemon 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅, a rank 𝑠 terror. Arthur swings his blade in one final, hopeless stand. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 barely moves a finger, unleashing a surge of pressure that shatters Arthur's arm into a bloody mess. He collapses, screaming in agony, yet he still tries to crawl forward until the demon targets his head. Total darkness. Arthur's mind fractures as he wonders how his pathetic life could end in such a way. He sees his fallen parents, the cruel taunts at the academy, and a life spent being absolutely nobody. As demonic energy consumes his soul, he curses the heavens for letting him die as a miserable loser. His final wish, just a taste of power. Suddenly, the ancient laws of the cosmos respond, conditions met. A blinding, white deity emerges from the stars, staring down at the dying boy with infinite, cold indifference. Arthur gasps, confused, but the celestial being simply watches as Arthur sees his own frozen corpse below. Time stands still, locking 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 in place. The Star King finally speaks, questioning Arthur's lack of curiosity. Arthur demands to know who he is, but the being simply says he's known by some as king. The sovereign decides to grant him his divine authority, while Arthur struggles to even grasp the entire situation. The king scoffs at his doubt, claiming he chose Arthur for his sheer, stubborn will to survive everything. Reaching out, he transfers his power, telling Arthur that the truth will be revealed in 1 hour. Until that hour passes, he will know nothing. Suddenly, a crushing, absurd weight of power descends on him. The world blurs into white. When his eyes slowly flicker open, he hears familiar, mocking voices nearby. The first thing he feels is a stinging slap across his face. He stares, completely and utterly stunned. His old school bullies are laughing, striking him again and again, but Arthur's mind is miles away. He was just in the abyss, now he's here. The physical pain feels like nothing compared to the void. He focuses on that word, authority. Suddenly, shimmering gold text begins to manifest in his field of vision. An attribute window appears, showing his age as 19. He's regressed 16 years into the past. He bursts into hysterical laughter, even as the blows keep raining down on his bloodied, bruised face. The bullies stop, convinced he's lost his mind, but they don't see the lightning-fast counterattack coming. Arthur's fist connects with a sickening crack, sending the lead bully flying with blood spraying from his mouth. The other students gape in horror. Arthur just laughs harder. The power he craved is finally his. Back on the academy roof, The air is thick with tension as Arthur prepares for the worst. The two thugs charge forward, but Arthur, the one named Julian, is met with a lethal, focused calm. He ducks the first swing and drives a devastating left hook straight into his opponent's arrogant chin. A heavy boot slammed into the other boy's gut. 𝒊𝒅 had done it all in his previous life, brutal physical training, every hour of every day. He'd spent years researching the abyss and every cursed ability it offered. There was just no way two noble brutes like these could ever hope to defeat him. With one clean punch and two sharp kicks, he sent them crashing back into the dirt where they belonged. But even with a master's technique, a weak body can only do so much. 𝒊𝒅's current physique was struggling to keep up with his mind. One of the thugs scrambled up, his eyes glowing as he activated his power. Suddenly, his skin transformed into jagged gray rock, the granite veil ability. A massive stone fist swung at 𝒊𝒅's head, but he ducked just in time. Close call. Another strike whistled past his ear from the right. The thug then leaped high into the air, bringing both fists down with bone-crushing force. The rooftop shattered under the impact, sending a massive cloud of dust into the sky. The brute thought he'd won, but 𝒊𝒅 was already behind him. The thug sensed him at the last second, but he wasn't fast enough. 𝒊𝒅's fist connected squarely with his jaw. Blood sprayed into the air, but wait, something was wrong. That wasn't the bully's blood. The brute was fully encased in stone, and 𝒊𝒅's own hand was split open and bleeding from the impact. Before he could react, another stone fist was coming. No time to dodge. He threw up a desperate guard, but was sent flying across the roof by the sheer force of the impact. He slammed into the stone wall of the academy tower, barely stopping himself from falling off the edge. He was a mess, covered in debris. The thug strolled over, looking down on him. He mocked 𝒊𝒅, asking if he was going to run away like a coward again. But even staring death in the face, 𝒊𝒅 felt no fear, just clarity. He remembered how the order ranked every magical ability. From F-rank losers to S-rank monsters who could level entire kingdoms. And then there was 𝒊𝒅's gift. A mysterious, unknown ability that the world labeled as a worthless F-rank. The thug was stunned to see 𝒊𝒅 slowly getting back up. A dark, crimson aura started bleeding out of his skin. Even though the brute was technically stronger, 𝒊𝒅 knew he wasn't losing this. The aura flared up, turning into a violent storm of energy. It was terrifying. He could feel his mana bending to his absolute will. This was it. The power of predation was finally waking up. The thug grunted, hardening his stone skin even further before charging like a bull. 𝒊𝒅 didn't flinch. He simply raised his hand, the crimson aura humming with hunger. As soon as they collided, he triggered the predation. The bully's face went pale. He didn't understand what was happening, so he tried to push even more power into his stone limbs. Bad move. 𝒊𝒅 closed his fist, and the thug's power just vanished. The stone skin peeled off his body and dissolved into nothingness. To the other students nearby, nothing looked different until a massive shockwave exploded behind them. As the dust settled, 𝒊𝒅 stood tall. The brute lay unconscious at his feet. The fight was over, and the hierarchy had been flipped. A cold voice echoed in 𝒊𝒅's mind. Predation complete. Just like that, his rank jumped from F to E. Then something crazy happened. 𝒊𝒅's own hands began to turn to stone. He hadn't just beaten him, he'd stolen his power. His fist became solid rock. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We're in the academy infirmary, and the nurse looks like she's seen a ghost. Imagine her surprise seeing one kid hauling 3 beaten-up thugs through the door. 𝒊𝒅 tried to act casual, but she just started screaming. The 3 bullies ended up in the infirmary beds, looking pathetic. The nurse used her healing magic to patch up their wounds. She kept asking how this even happened, but 𝒊𝒅 just shrugged and lied, saying they fell down the stairs. Yeah, right. After leaving the ward, he started the long walk back to the manor, lost in his own head. Today changed everything. He couldn't stop thinking about predation. In his past life, he'd spent decades trying to level it up with 0 luck. But today, one fight was all it took. an F-rank ability that can crush a C-rank and literally rip the powers out of opponents. That's broken. He had so many questions. Why did that king give him this? Why was he sent back in time? There were no answers yet, so he decided on one thing. He had to master this hunger. Finally, he reached his house. He stood there for a moment, just staring at the old manor. It felt like a lifetime since he'd been here. Memories flooded back. After his parents passed, this was the place his relatives took him in. A small smile tugged at his lips. He stepped inside, hoping to find some clues in the library before his uncle got back. But as he walked into the main hall, he stopped dead. 3 strange men were sitting there with his cousin, Arthur. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 asked why he wasn't at the academy, but then his eyes locked onto the table. His heart dropped. The chest Arthur was opening was overflowing with gold sovereigns. Suddenly, the nightmare of his past life came rushing back. He remembered how Arthur had tried to join the local thugs and stolen the family's money. The men turned, asking who he was. Arthur stammered out that it was just his cousin. The lead thug, a blonde prick, told 𝒊𝒆𝒅 to back off if he wanted to live. Sir Lucian tried to stand tall, thinking he was the top dog, but 𝒊𝒆𝒅. He didn't flinch. Instead, he had this wild grin. The guy was actually excited to see what his new powers could do. The blonde knight didn't even have a second to blink before the attack landed. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 moved like a total blur, launching a punch that Lucian never even saw coming. With one devastating blow, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 sent him crashing into the dirt, nearly knocking him unconscious from the sheer force of the impact. Lord Cedric and the rest of the crew were absolutely floored. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 raised his hand, preparing to ignite his magic once more. Scared out of his mind, Lucian threw his arms up in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the coming storm. He was trembling, fully expecting a blast of dragonfire to erupt from 𝒊𝒆𝒅's palm. Our hero was just as excited to unleash hell, but then something shifted. A voice echoed in the back of his mind, warning him that his soul theft ability was currently offline. Lucian peeked through his arms, wondering why he hadn't been incinerated yet. While 𝒊𝒆𝒅 was momentarily distracted, wondering why his predation skill hadn't triggered, a heavy blow caught him right on the chin. The guy he'd been holding found an opening and lunged. The force of that punch was enough to send 𝒊𝒆𝒅 reeling back onto the ground. Seeing his chance, the blonde knight ordered his lackeys to finish the job. One unleashed a freezing frost spell, while the other spat out a cloud of lethal, poisonous gas. Lucian added his own thorn strike to the mix, and all 3 attacks converged on 𝒊𝒆𝒅 at once. The sheer speed of the assault caught him completely off guard. A heavy, suffocating pressure erupted from the upper floor, as a thick cloud of purple venom engulfed the area. Lucian started laughing, taunting 𝒊𝒆𝒅 and thinking the fight was already over. But then, his smile faded as he spotted something moving in the center of the haze. Through the swirling poison, a terrifying crimson aura began to glow. It was the presence of a true predator, starving, lethal, and focused entirely on 𝒊𝒆𝒅. Our boy was actually complaining to himself about his magic being so moody, activating only when it felt like it, instead of when he actually commanded it. The 3 thugs were paralyzed with fear at the sight of him. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 shot forward, his fist suddenly encased in jagged stone, and smashed it right into Lucian's smug face. He absolutely reveled in the crushing power of his new ability. A few moments later, the dust settled, and the fight was officially over. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 looked down at the pile of unconscious nobles with a satisfied grin. That's when he noticed the status screen, a magical window visible only to his eyes. It broke down his stats and abilities in detail, but it wasn't a complete manual. Some secrets were still hidden. Specifically, the window didn't mention the requirements to trigger his soul theft skill. It also left out the fact that he had a passive ability to completely nullify enemy magic. He stood there for a second, his mind racing with possibilities, but he eventually shook those thoughts off. He had more pressing matters to deal with. He turned to see his cousin, Julian, kneeling on the cobblestones and practically begging for mercy. The guy was clearly reflecting on his life choices after seeing 𝒊𝒆𝒅's terrifying power. Julian swore right then and there that he'd be Alistair's most loyal subordinate, willing to follow any command without question. As the young man rambled on, Alistair was already thinking ahead to the next crisis. He told Julian he'd forgive him, but there was a catch. "Get up," Alistair said with a fox-like grin. If Julian wanted forgiveness, he had to follow him to a very specific, very dangerous location. They arrived at an abandoned ironworks station, where the gates were plastered with grim warning signs. 3 royal inquisitors were standing there, staring in absolute shock at the scene in front of them. A rift rupture was about to happen. This was no joke. A rift rupture is when monsters from the abyss tear a hole into reality. If it isn't contained, it's a disaster worse than any earthquake or flood. The lead inquisitor noted that it had been 10 years since the last major rupture. These monsters were multiplying and spreading way too fast for comfort. His assistant asked if they should start clearing out the nearby village, but the captain shot the idea down immediately. This guy was a B-rank paladin known for his Aegis barrier magic. He was confident, maybe a little too confident. According to their measurements, this rift was only a C-rank threat, meaning the strongest beast inside shouldn't be a match for a B-rank knight. But as the captain was busy bragging about his power, the monsters slammed into his barrier with such force that it shattered instantly. He reacted quickly, though, spinning around and taking the head off a massive cyclops with a single kick. He barked out that as B-rankers, they were more than enough to handle this mess. Meanwhile, Julian was struggling to keep up with Alistair, wondering if those inquisitors would actually be okay. I mean, they looked pretty legendary, right? He kept emphasizing how strong the Royal Guard was supposed to be as they sprinted toward the ironworks. Alistair just looked at him. Look, if the rift really is C-rank and the guards are B-rank, then yeah, they'll win easily. Julian sighed in relief, thinking that's exactly what he was hoping for, but Alistair wasn't finished. That's assuming the rift is actually C-rank, he added, leaving his cousin completely stunned. Back at the gateway, the ground was already covered in dead monsters. The captain was staring at the corpses, a cold sweat breaking out. How did C-rank trash break a B-rank barrier? He turned back to the gate, finally realizing the mana pouring out of that hole was way more intense than he'd calculated. That's when even more creatures began crawling out of the abyss. They barely touched his barrier before the whole thing started to splinter. The 3 knights stood there, speechless. The monsters tore through the magic like it was wet paper, completely overwhelming the inquisitors with a terrifying show of force. They flooded out of the portal, heading straight for the innocent people nearby. And the beast leading the charge, a gargantuan, mountain-sized ogre. The captain realized the truth too late. This wasn't C-rank. This was an A-rank nightmare. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the entire station. Julian turned to Alistair, his voice trembling. How did you know?" Alistair didn't say a word. He just watched the chaos unfold. Alistair just shrugs it off, claiming it's his intuition. But there's no time to talk. Right in front of them, a massive crowd is screaming, fleeing from a wave of monsters. A woman at the head of the pack screams for everyone to run. It's a rift breach. Julian stands there, completely floored because his cousin's warning was actually dead on. Alistair doesn't miss a beat, telling Julian to stick to the plan they discussed earlier. Then, he looks Julian in the eye and asks what he'd do in a mess like this. Julian, he's got nothing. Alistair just tells them he'll handle the beasts himself and catch up with them once the coast is clear. The capital city is glowing under the moonlight, but the mood is grim. A scout reports that the rift breach is out of control and reinforcements aren't coming. Every knight is already occupied. The situation is desperate. Their only hope, a rank 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. The official turns to the man standing right behind him, praying for a miracle. Meet Sir Osmond, better known as the Mad Blade. He tells everyone to relax because the true hero has arrived. Yeah, the guy's got a serious case of main character syndrome. Meanwhile, Alistair is a whirlwind of violence. He crushes one monster's skull, catches the next with a brutal uppercut to the jaw, and slams a third right in the chest. They all go down. 1, 2, 3 perfect combos. Then he triggers his predation power, and a massive shockwave of energy sends every beast nearby flying. 𝒊𝒅 looks around, feeling pretty good about himself. He just figured something out. The reason his abilities keep failing is because he's hitting his fatigue limit. Turns out if his fatigue hits 70%, he's locked out. Everyone focuses on mana, but 𝒊𝒅 realizes that managing his stamina is just as vital as his magical fuel. The higher that fatigue climbs, the weaker his powers get and the heavier his limbs feel. But while he uses predation on the monster corpses, he notices something huge. He's not just recovering strength, he's refilling his mana for free. Even better, this process is actually leveling up the grade of his skills. The more he consumes, the stronger the ability gets. He starts dreaming big, rank S, rank SS. Maybe he'll even become the world's first SS legend. Once the area is cleared of monsters, 𝒊𝒅 pauses. He looks back, sensing a presence. Someone else is nearby, and they're moving fast. He spots another awakener tearing through beasts, screaming about avenging the souls the monsters killed. It's Sir Osmond again, declaring himself a true warrior of justice. 𝒊𝒅 just stares. The guy is a total weirdo. Osmond ignites a sword of pure light and charges a massive ogre that's barreling toward him. In a flash, the blade glows blindingly bright. A dozen cuts appear on the monster in a heartbeat. 𝒊𝒅's actually impressed. That's some serious power. Then it hits him. This is the same hero who closed the rift in his past life, back before he went through the regression. While Osmond poses and brags, 𝒊𝒅 starts getting suspicious. In his original timeline, this guy was supposed to be fighting in a completely different city. Why is he here now? Osmond starts praying for the dead, but before 𝒊𝒅 can make sense of it, his system window flares up. Danger. Something is coming. Suddenly, pain. Someone lunges from the shadows and drives a blade straight through 𝒊𝒅's heart. He coughs up blood, unable to even see his attacker. The assassin just chuckles, satisfied with the kill. Around them, the city is a graveyard of ruined buildings and eerie, deathly silence. Over in a quiet shop, Julian is watching over the nurse. She's out cold, lost in a deep, magical slumber. Julian's head is spinning, thinking back to 𝒊𝒅's warning. His cousin said tonight would be a bloodbath, and that the nurse was on the death list. Instead of running, she'd been relaxing, totally unaware that she was about to be killed. Julian used his sleep magic to knock her out and move her to safety. 𝒊𝒅 promised he'd take care of everything else, but Julian can't stop wondering. How the hell did his cousin know all this would happen? Then the pieces connect in his mind. Every weird detail, every prediction, it all points to one thing. 𝒊𝒅 must have awakened a power to see the future. Julian is basically fanboying at this point. It's incredible. Meanwhile, back at the fight, 𝒊𝒅 somehow manages to slip away from the invisible killer's grip. He's clutching his chest, trying to stem the blood. He snarls at the empty air, demanding to know who the hell just tried to end him. The assassin is actually shocked. A direct hit to a vital organ and he's still standing. Well, I guess that's what you expect from a rank B awakener. This guy is a villain, the kind of awakener who uses his gifts for murder. He's a known maniac who loves using the chaos of rift breaches to hunt people. But 𝒊𝒅 is certain these two never crossed paths in his first life. Is his very presence changing the timeline after the regression? Sir Osmond is fuming now. He flares his light sword to life and charges the villain, but then a low, rumbling growl comes from beneath their feet. One of the monsters wasn't dead. The beast erupts from the ground, lashing out at all three of them in a blind, agonizing rage. Osmond and the assassin scramble back, eyes wide. The ogre is regenerating right in front of them, and it's already winding up a massive, bone-shattering punch. Arthur barely managed to slip away from the invisible blade of the phantom assassin, gripping his side to stem the flow of blood while his mind raced. Who the hell sent this killer? The assassin froze in genuine shock. He'd landed a strike on a vital organ, yet the boy was still standing. But then again, what else would you expect from a descendant of the legendary Alistair Thorne? 𝒊𝒆𝒅 himself felt a surge of adrenaline. He lived for this kind of chaos. In this kingdom, those gifted with magic who turned to crime were branded outlaws, and the man stalking them was a dangerous rank B threat. This wasn't just any criminal. He was a notorious butcher who had slaughtered dozens during the last Great Rift Breach. A total maniac. But Arthur was stumped. In his previous life, these two had never even crossed paths. Was his regression already spiraling the timeline into uncharted territory? Lord 𝒊𝒆𝒅 didn't wait for answers, roaring in fury at the hooded villain. He summoned his radiant blade, the steel glowing with holy light as he lunged forward. Then, crack, the very ground beneath them groaned. It turns out, there was still a subterranean beast lurking in the shadows that hadn't been cleared out yet. An ogre. The monster erupted from the floor, lashing out at all three men in a blind, agonizing rage, its roar shaking the very foundation of the hall. "You've got to be kidding me," they muttered, watching the beast's wounds knit back together instantly. As they scrambled back, the ogre began channeling a massive amount of mana into its fist. Boom, the monster triggers a wave of absolute carnage, leveling everything in sight. The villain, Victor, smirks. He's gonna let the beast finish off poor Cedric while he turns his attention back to his other prey. He spots a spectator watching from the shadows. "Unexpected," he grins, pulling his daggers with a look of pure, twisted excitement. Arthur is caught completely off guard by the sheer speed. That blade was a hair's breadth from his throat before he could even blink. Clang, he triggers his defense just in time, then sends Victor flying with a brutal counterkick. The villain's eyes widen in shock. This kid is a gifted knight. Arthur isn't just some random boy. He knows exactly who he's fighting. He calls him a lunatic, a shadow-stalking butcher who uses his gifts to slaughter innocents. "I'm glad I finally found you," Arthur says, and then they clash. It's a total blur of steel and stone as the two trade vicious, heavy blows. Arthur swings for the head, but Victor is fast. He backpedals and blocks with arms hardened like rock. Every impact chips away at the villain's daggers even more. They strike again, at the exact same time. Victor actually looks impressed, complimenting Arthur's combat instincts and raw skill. "Decent defense," he sneers. Meanwhile, Cedric is still in the trenches, fighting for his life against a massive, towering ogre. Cedric shouts for Arthur to watch out. He's about to unleash everything. Then, in a heartbeat, Victor vanishes into thin air. Arthur stays alert. He knows his opponent is a shadow user. He spins, anticipating a backstab, but his hand meets nothing but empty air. There, Victor reappears at the last second. Arthur barely gets his arm up to block, but he's too slow. The blade bites deep into his skin. Unbelievable. The attack sliced right through his stone-skin defense. Victor laughs. He slaughtered plenty of invincible knights with that same trick. He's moving so fast now, he's leaving afterimages everywhere, striking Arthur from every possible direction at once. The sheer volume of the assault forces Arthur into a desperate retreat. Then, with one final, violent lunge, Victor pierces right through him. Gasping for air and covered in blood, Arthur finally realizes the fatal flaw in his magic that he'd missed before. A heavy enough shock shatters his stone shell, and the replacement layer is always weaker. Victor had been counting on this weakness from the very first strike. But here's the thing, Arthur isn't giving up hope. He actually wonders out loud if he should stop, testing his limits and just end this. Victor thinks the kid has finally lost his mind from the blood loss. Arthur just stares him down. "Do you know why I wanted to find you so badly?" Confusing, right? Then that terrifying crimson aura begins to bleed out. The truth comes out. Arthur wanted to steal Victor's shadow cloak ability for himself. The sudden pressure in the air actually makes the villain flinch. But Victor doubles down, using his afterimage tactic again. Arthur just sighs. He's already found the weakness in that invisible trick. He's hunted enough monsters to know how they hide. Some beasts could vanish from sight, but they could never hide from his predation. No matter where they run, his grasp will reach them. The crimson aura hunts Victor down even while he's invisible, literally tearing him to pieces. Finally, the fight is over. Dawn breaks over the kingdom. Cedric is face down in the dirt, completely drained from the encounter. He realizes that even a hero of justice, like him, is just one mistake away from the grave. The ogre is still standing, looming over him like a mountain. The beast raises a massive fist, slamming it down exactly where Cedric is lying. The ogre waits for the blood to spray, but there's nothing. Arthur had pulled him out at the last second. He looks at the ogre, surprised to see how worn out the creature actually is. Later that evening, Arthur and his cousin return to the family manor. Their parents are absolutely stunned to see them. Tears of pure joy fill their eyes. They thought the great rift had killed them both. Arthur stays quiet, but he notices something off. The house has been tossed, like someone was looking for something. His cousin, Julian, just stays silent, looking incredibly nervous. On the magical bulletin, the news is all about the rift being resolved that morning. The breach is fixed, but the academy will be closed for a week just in case of another break. More survivors are being found every hour. The cleanup mages are currently being treated at the Royal Infirmary. One healer tells a story about waking up in a strange place after being knocked out. The only high-tier knight at the scene tells the reporters it wasn't him. The real hero was a complete stranger. Weirdly enough, the ogre's body was never found, and the shadow assassin who attacked the city is still at large. People are starting to realize their city's defenses were a joke. Arthur watches the broadcast, relieved his name stayed out of the headlines. He finally reaches his destination. He's now holding 3 different gifts, with stealth being the newest addition. But here's the problem. Juggling all 3 at once is a nightmare for his spirit reserves. He'll burn out in minutes. The only fix, mana elixirs. Potions that can restore energy and wipe away fatigue. But they're insanely expensive. That's why he's out here in the ruins. He needs to hunt, but to do it legally, he needs a knight's writ. Without that official license, he can't use his gifts in public. So, his only choice is to explore the forbidden zones. Deep in a forgotten crypt, Arthur finds himself face to face with a massive, scuttling nightmare. These things weren't just dumb beasts. They actually mocked him with chilling, human-like voices. They were easily B-rank threats, but Arthur needed way more experience than this to actually level up. Offended by his calm attitude, the Arachne sisters hissed, filling their fangs with deadly, glowing toxins. They unleashed a synchronized blast of poison, already certain they'd dissolve the arrogant little brat. But surprise, Arthur's predation skill completely neutralized the venom, leaving him without a single scratch. The monsters shrieked as a human shrugged off their ultimate attack. Their cries echoed through the hollow tunnels. System notification. Arthur successfully stole their paralysis ability while the monster's life faded away. Cut to the Royal Guardian Citadel, a massive spire where the kingdom's most powerful elites were gathering. Lord Godwin sat centered between 2 legendary S-rank knights who practically radiated pure, suffocating pressure. In this world, Guardian is the title for those legally sanctioned to raid rifts and protect the realm. Right now, only 5 elite champions stand at the top of this newly formed royal order. 4 major factions dominate: the Iron Vanguard, the Golden Alchemists, the Arcane Circle, and the Silent Shadows. And overseeing every single one of them is the Association, the ultimate authority of the kingdom. Duke Sterling, the president, sat opposite Lady Aliner, the mysterious shadow mistress herself, both true S-rank powerhouses. Sterling gets straight to the point. What's the latest intel on the cult known as the Black Circle? This isn't just a guild. It's a nest of the most sadistic criminals and outcasts ever known. You can spot these psychopaths by the signature gold rings, 3 skulls etched into the metal. Aliner hands over the files, detailing their recent hits and a list of their next high-profile targets. She knows this isn't a social call, so the Duke asks for her take on a specific anomaly. She's confused until he asks when she first awakened. 19, she says, and then it finally clicks. The Duke just smirks. He's impressed she realized he was talking about a kid surviving a death trap. Back in the crypt, total carnage. Just Arthur, sitting on a throne of dead monsters and spider limbs. He puts a call into the Alchemists Guild, casually asking to trade his massive loot for high-grade potions. Classes resumed at the academy, but Arthur was a different person after a week of intense grinding. He'd been busy, training like a demon, clearing hidden ruins, and visiting the alchemist headquarters in the capital. At the Golden Alchemist's Spire, he traded a mountain of mana crystals for a literal stockpile of gear. They treated him like royalty. By the time he left, he'd boosted his core stats to C rank. Now, he's just chilling at his desk, while the other students whisper and stare from the shadows. Rumors spread like wildfire about him thrashing bullies, but most still thought his awakening was a fluke. One group of idiots decided to test him, marching toward his classroom with clear, malicious intent. Crash, chairs were kicked aside as they surrounded him, their leader looking like he owned the place. Julian Thorne, a rich brat S rank, slammed his feet on Arthur's desk, letting his golden aura flare out. His father owns the Thorne conglomerate, making Julian the undisputed king of the school's worst bullies. Julian mocked him with a fake friendship act, but Arthur just countered with his own cold, heavy pressure. One of Julian's lackeys started barking orders, but Julian just backhanded him across the room for interrupting. Pure disrespect. Julian didn't care about his friends, he only cared about showing Arthur who's the real boss. The air grew heavy as Julian unleashed his full superpower, trying to crush Arthur with sheer intimidation. Arthur was actually impressed. S-rank magic is no joke, and he quietly readied his predation skill just in case. But before the sparks could fly, the classroom door swung open, and the tension was suddenly cut short. Lady Catherine stepped in, her frost magic instantly dousing Julian's flames with a single, icy glare at Arthur. She's the class president, a duke's daughter and the sister of a leaner. Basically, she's a future legend. The girl's a genius, but she's got a personality as stiff as a board, and she wasn't having it. Julian tried to play it off as a friendly chat, but Catherine wasn't buying any of his nonsense. She called him out for assaulting his own friend, telling him to leave before she got physical. Tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Alastair mentally pleaded for the madness to stop, knowing Julian's schemes would only cause chaos in the academy. The two locked eyes one last time before Julian turned to leave, but then he suddenly flared his mana and prepared to strike. A torrent of flame erupted toward her, but just then, the academy bell chimed, freezing everyone in their tracks as the herald's voice filled the air. The Communications Guild announced that the High Order of Knights was holding an emergency lecture, demanding all squires gather in the Great Hall immediately. The summons repeated, leaving Julian stunned that the Knightly Council was actually here at the academy. He snuffed out his flames, casting a dark look at Julian and Seraphina. She was poised for a fight, but Alastair, he just sat there, silent as a grave. Julian flashed a wicked, excited grin and walked out, mocking their luck, while Alastair finally lowered his guard once the door clicked shut. Seraphina turned to check on him, but the chair was empty. Alastair was already at the door, halfway out of the room. He glanced back, asking if she'd missed the announcement. She stood there, completely baffled by how he'd moved so fast without her even noticing. Had he always been this elusive? She wondered. Soon, the entire student body packed into the hall, buzzing with nervous energy about the mysterious lecture. Then the crystals hummed to life. Lord Cedric, the vice-chancellor of the Order's recruitment division, stepped up to the podium. He got straight to the point. The Order had failed to contain the recent abyssal breach, and they were here to provide mandatory survival training. But that wasn't all. He revealed a massive shift in how the Kingdom of Albion would conduct nightly trials for the next generation of protectors. In the crowd, Julian quietly cursed Alastair's name. Meanwhile, Lady Seraphina was dying to talk to him, but Alastair just sat there yawning, bored out of his mind. The room erupted in whispers. Why change the trials for those who hadn't even reached their 19th summer? Lord Cedric dropped the bombshell. The abyssal breach was worsening, and with monsters and dungeons multiplying, the Knightly Order was desperately short-staffed. The news hit like a physical blow. Even mere squires would now be tested for active duty before finishing their education. They claimed the selection would be based on academic merit and conduct, but 𝒊𝒆𝒅 knew better. The real evaluation had already begun. Lord Cedric wasn't just talking. He was using a rare hidden gift known as the Sovereign's Sight. This ability allowed him to quantify a soul's raw potential, reading the mana signatures and attribute windows of anyone he focused on. He scanned the room, amazed by the sheer talent in this academy compared to the other provinces he'd visited. A few names flashed brightly in his mind. Julian, with a staggering power level of 1924. Then there was Lady Seraphina, hitting an incredible 2335. He remembered the Wanderers Guild sent a list of prospects, but this many unpolished gems. A dark, satisfied smile spread across his face. This was a goldmine of untapped power. Suddenly, Julian raised his hand, drawing every eye in the hall. He had a question that smelled like trouble. He asked if unfit candidates would still be forced to waste everyone's time with the test, a move that piqued the vice-chancellor's interest. Cedric explained that the trials were to find true knights among the awakened, but Julian wasn't finished. He sneered, claiming that sleepers who hadn't even sparked their mana had no right to even hear this lecture, clearly aiming his venom at 𝒊𝒆𝒅. Julian's speech was eloquent but cruel, designed for one thing only: to publicly humiliate 𝒊𝒆𝒅 in front of the entire nobility. The hall filled with mocking laughter, and 𝒊𝒆𝒅 realized Julian was obsessed with proving whether he'd truly awakened his powers or not. Seraphina hated the display, but she remembered 𝒊𝒆𝒅's cold behavior from earlier and hesitated to step in this time. Lord Cedric shrugged, saying participation was ultimately up to the student, but Julian kept poking the bear, trying to provoke a reaction. He knew 𝒊𝒆𝒅 couldn't technically take the trial without proof of mana, but 𝒊𝒆𝒅 was 10 steps ahead. He knew about the Sovereign's Sight. If he played this right, he could get a direct recommendation without lifting a finger. From the stage, Cedric watched Julian's petty bullying and found the boy's behavior absolutely pathetic for a future knight. Then his gaze shifted to 𝒊𝒆𝒅. His heart nearly stopped. The Sovereign's Sight couldn't read him. Nothing, just a blank void. He was stunned. Before he could process it, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 stood up and started walking toward Julian, confusing everyone watching. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 looked him dead in the eye, said he was leaving the lecture, and then he flipped Julian the middle finger right there in the hall. The crowd gasped. Julian turned a deep, furious shade of red, while Lord Cedric's mind was reeling. His ability had never failed, not even against the Grand Master or the leader of the Wanderers. This shouldn't be possible. As 𝒊𝒆𝒅 reached the doors, Cedric desperately tried to force his sight to work, pushing his mana to the limit to see through the boy's mask. Just before exiting, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 turned his head, locking eyes with the vice-chancellor and letting his guard drop for just 1 microsecond. Cedric recoiled in pure terror. A monstrous, suffocating aura exploded in his vision. 𝒊𝒆𝒅's power level didn't just register, it screamed past 5,000. Later that day, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 was tucked away in the Great Library, scouring ancient texts for any mention of the king. His peace didn't last long. The same group of thugs he'd crushed before showed up, claiming Julian wanted a word, and they weren't asking nicely. Arthur stood his ground and refused their orders. The room went silent, but then they mentioned his Aunt Margaret's estate, and that rattled him. He finally looked up from his books. They told him Lord Julian sent them with a message for the disgrace of the family. They kept going, calling Arthur a pathetic orphan who was nothing but a burden to his noble uncles. Big mistake. The lead bully never saw it coming. Boom! The library practically exploded as Arthur's strike sent shockwaves through the room, shattering every bookshelf in sight. Arthur had the lead bully by the throat, mouth leaking blood, while the other two were already out cold on the floor. He had one question: where is Julian? He headed straight for the Great Hall after the lectures ended to find him. The hall was empty, except for Lord Julian and his captain. The captain's eyes widened as Arthur walked through the doors. He noticed it immediately. Arthur was layering negative status effects on them before the fight even started, but the oppressive aura was unreal. None of the debuffs worked. As expected, Julian's resistance was too high. Julian knew Arthur had awakened and wanted a chat, but Arthur stayed silent. Julian claimed he wasn't there to threaten him. He wanted to recruit him. He planned to start his own nightly house after graduation. Arthur didn't say a word. Julian went on, saying he wanted geniuses and elites to serve under his banner. He pointed at Arthur, finally acknowledging his talent, but ordered him to drop his petty grudges right then and there. He promised gold and glory to lift Arthur's family out of the mud. Arthur finally spoke. What a load of absolute rubbish. He didn't come to talk. Arthur activated his stone skin, his arms transforming into heavy rock, ready to shatter Julian's face. Julian was stunned for a split second before a sneer crawled across his face. He remembered something. Dogs need to be trained to obey. He ignited his flames. Behind them, the captain slammed his hand against the stone floor, his mana surging through the room. A magic circle flared to life, creating a sealed chamber. It was a concealment spell designed to hide the massive mana signatures from the outside world. Every inch of the walls and ceiling was now coated in magic. The captain stepped back, declaring that no one would interrupt them now. It was on. The two of them clashed the moment the barrier finished. Arthur pulled back a massive stone fist, ready to end it. Julian met him head-on, his fist wreathed in roaring flames. Their blows collided, triggering a massive explosion of raw energy in the center of the hall. The fire was devastating. It shattered Arthur's stone armor into pieces, sending a jolt of pure agony up his arm. Julian didn't stop, following up with a flaming kick that sent Arthur flying across the room and crashing into the stone wall. The impact and the searing heat left Arthur with serious internal injuries. Julian stood there, basking in his own perceived superiority. The captain watched the fireworks from the sidelines. He actually felt a bit of pity for the boy facing his young master's wrath. Suddenly, Arthur charged out of the flames. Julian blocked the desperate strike and immediately moved to counter. He shoved his hand right into Arthur's face and let out a point-blank explosion of fire. The captain watched calmly, waiting for the end. But then something impossible happened. The flames died out instantly, and Arthur lunged forward, seemingly unfazed. He slammed a stone fist into Julian, beginning to overwhelm the noble. They both swung at the same time, desperate to land a hit. Arthur was faster. His fist cracked against Julian's face first, sending the noble flying backward. The captain was in total shock. Brute strength, his young master was being overpowered by pure force. Julian struggled to his feet, his face pale with confusion. He gasped, asking what Arthur had done to him. His body wouldn't move. The captain's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word paralysis. Arthur smirked. Physical strength wasn't his only card. He was thrilled to see his paralysis ability finally take hold. This specific debuff was his secret weapon. It could pierce right through high-rank resistances if delivered correctly. Stealth was useless against fire, and his predation skill was too risky. His entire goal was to stack paralysis through close-quarters combat. He'd figured out that status effects hit way harder during physical strikes than they do from a distance. By landing multiple hits, he built up the effect until it finally bypassed Julian's elite defense. It was a tactical masterpiece. The captain was speechless. Seeing the young master of the Sterling House losing like this, it was unthinkable. He realized Arthur was a true combat genius, but the fight wasn't over. Julian was down, his body twitching from the paralysis. "I underestimated you," Julian hissed, his pride wounded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing purple crystal. He crushed the jewel between his fingers. Suddenly, a massive fire titan began to form out of the smoke in front of Arthur. Julian announced he was playing for keeps. The heat in the room skyrocketed as he launched himself forward, propelled by roaring flames. The fire titan threw a massive punch that barely missed Arthur's head. Arthur let out a roar, his arms completely encased in stone. He prepared to strike back, but the Titan retaliated with a devastating breath of fire. Their attacks collided with a deafening roar. The intense heat began to melt Arthur's stone armor. The protection shattered, and the force of the explosion sent him tumbling across the floor. Arthur hit the ground hard. The captain stood silent, watching as the brutal battle reached its tipping point. So that massive fire titan? Turns out it was the true form of young Lord Julian's heart of fire ability. He was pushing his limits using a refined ether catalyst stone, a dangerous tool crafted from monster cores that let him tap into his absolute peak power. But his bodyguard, Caleb, was starting to panic. He screamed for Julian to stand down, terrified the boy would actually kill Arthur, or worse, that the insane mana surge would cause Julian's own blood vessels to burst. Julian didn't care. He actually fired a blast at his own guard for daring to give him orders, refusing to let someone he considered trash get the better of him. Arthur had barely survived the last explosion when the fire titan's full fury slammed into him again. Thinking he'd won, Julian just laughed like a total psychopath while Caleb rushed in, hoping to save Arthur from a certain death. But when Caleb reached into the crater to help him, boom! Arthur leveled him with a punch to the face that sent the guard flying, spitting blood. Arthur wasn't playing anymore. After drinking a few restoration potions, his predatory aura flared up. He was finally taking this fight seriously. Meanwhile, over at the Royal Knight Commandery, officials were losing their minds. The vice manager reported that 2 students, Julian and Lady Alara, had power levels of 1900 and 2300 respectively. These kids were clearly first-tier awakens, potential legends on par with the famous saintess of the Eastern Isles, whose power hit 2500 when she was only 19. But the vice manager couldn't stop thinking about Arthur's measly score of 96. He was convinced it had to be a mistake and headed out with a team of agents to find the boy and see the truth for himself. Back at the training grounds, Caleb couldn't believe his eyes. Arthur's predatory ability was actually suppressing that massive fire titan. Julian was losing it, screaming about his noble rank and his first-tier status, unable to accept that someone weaker was overpowering him. Arthur didn't give a damn about titles or ranks. He pushed his power even further, manifesting a king's crown above his decaying vines. Those vines literally devoured the fire titan, and the resulting shockwave absolutely leveled the entire arena. Julian was out cold on the ground. At the last second, Caleb had thrown himself into the line of fire to save the young master from Arthur's predation. The guard was trembling, asking Arthur how he planned to handle the fallout of attacking a noble house. Arthur didn't flinch. He wasn't the type to run away. He told Caleb he didn't plan on killing Julian, but he definitely wanted compensation for his trouble. His price, 1 billion gold sovereigns just to keep the young lord alive. Outside, the explosion had drawn a massive crowd. Lady Alara recognized Julian's flames immediately, and remembering how Arthur had been bullied, she didn't hesitate. She ignored the school nurse and charged straight into the burning gym, terrified that Arthur hadn't survived. But when she found him, the scene was unexpected. Arthur was totally fine. He gave her a ridiculous excuse about falling down the stairs. Before she could call him out on such an obvious lie, he asked her to handle the cleanup and vanished. He moved so fast she couldn't even track him. Later, safely away from the scene, Arthur checked his status window. He gained the reward from the House of Valerius, a new monarch's heart ability to buff his allies, and weirdly enough, 5 points in a charm attribute he'd absorbed from Julian. He was a bit annoyed about getting a celebrity stat, but the new ability, that was a massive win. Arthur remembered that abilities like this were legendary. We're talking a rank S calamity here, but Arthur, he didn't give a damn about ranks or titles. He pushed his limits, and suddenly the king's authority manifested above the rotting vines. The spectral power took form, literally devouring Julian's massive titan armor as the entire training court began to disintegrate under the sheer pressure. Pure destruction. When the dust finally settled, the arena was a graveyard of stone, and Julian Blackwood lay sprawled on the ground, completely out cold. Sir Cedric, the loyal bodyguard, was shaking like a leaf. Arthur watched him, actually surprised. The knight had thrown his own body in front of the young master to shield him from the final impact. Talk about a close call. He'd barely pulled the boy from the jaws of death just as Arthur's predation skill activated. The knight looked up, his voice trembling as he asked Arthur what his plan was, and how on earth he expected to survive the political fallout of trashing a high noble. Arthur just smirked. "You're the one who jumped into the middle of a duel," he countered. He wasn't about to run away like a coward just because things got messy. Look, he hadn't planned on murdering Julian, but he wasn't doing this for free either. Life is precious, and he wanted fair compensation for saving the brat. The bodyguard's face went ghost white when Arthur dropped the price tag. 1 billion gold crowns to keep the heir of House Blackwood breathing. Outside the ruins of the hall, a crowd of students gathered around the smoking crater, whispering in hushed tones about rogue mages and terrorists. Lady Alara recognized those signature blue flames instantly. Her brow furrowed, Julian's name on her lips, but then her mind flashed back to all the times Arthur had been bullied by him. The academy healer tried to hold the students back, but Alara didn't hesitate. She broke into a sprint, charging straight toward the wreckage of the hall. She was only a few yards from the entrance, her heart heavy with regret. She shouldn't have just stood by and watched them enter that hall alone. Diving through the lingering embers without a trace of fear, she prayed to every god she knew that Arthur hadn't been vaporized in the blast. But when she finally broke through the smoke, the scene waiting for her was, well, let's just say it wasn't what she expected. She stood there, stunned, watching Arthur casually dust himself off. She demanded to know what he'd done to take down a powerhouse like Julian. Arthur didn't feel like explaining the intricacies of his secret magic. "He fell down the stairs," he said, stone-faced. It was quite possibly the worst lie in the history of the kingdom. The lie was pathetic, and they both knew it. Arthur told her to handle the cleanup and keep her mouth shut about what she saw before making a break for it. Alara shouted for him to wait, demanding the truth, but when she turned around to grab him, he was gone, just vanished into thin air. She couldn't wrap her head around how a weak student could move that fast. Meanwhile, Arthur had already reappeared miles away from the chaos. He figured Lady Alara would take the heat for him, and besides, House Blackwood had already technically paid his reward. He pulled up his soul mark to check his progress. A new attribute and a fresh skill had popped up. 5 points in charisma and a legendary ability called the Monarch's Heart, which could buff his entire party. Honestly, it felt a bit gross getting a boost from a spoiled brat like Julian, but he couldn't complain about the power-up. It was a game changer. Suddenly, his instincts screamed. He sensed a presence and prepared to counter a strike from the shadows. Strengthening the party was huge, especially for a guy like Alistair who juggles so many different skills. That sovereign's essence he just scored, absolutely top tier. It's the ultimate game changer since it fuses with literally any ability he has. But while he's there celebrating his win, a fleet of sleek black carriages suddenly pulls up right in front of him. A man steps out. It's the Vice-Chancellor of the Order himself. He gives Alistair a cold smile and says he's got a long list of questions that need answers. Alistair's head is spinning, wondering how they tracked him down so fast. Meanwhile, over at Duke Valois' massive estate, things are getting ugly. The Duke just got word that his only heir, Cedric, is rotting in a hospital bed. The kicker, the kid who put him there, is demanding a cool 1,000,000 gold crowns for his life. Outside, the Duke's hounds are barking like mad. His head bodyguard is visibly shaking, looking like he wants the floor to swallow him whole as he stammers out an apology. But the Duke, he just tells him to give Alistair whatever he wants. The guard is floored. No way his boss is just rolling over like this, right? Wrong, the Duke smirks, calling Alistair a brave little brat. Then, leaning back in his throne, he snaps his fingers, a signal for the real monsters to come out. A group of shadowed enforcers files into the room. The bodyguard recognizes them instantly, and his blood runs cold. He begs the Duke to stop, screaming that Alistair is still just a child, and that this is way too cruel, even for them. "Shut it," the Duke snaps. He doesn't have time for a barking dog and smiles at his killers instead. Back with 𝒊𝒆𝒅, the Vice-Chancellor is demanding to know what happened at the training hall. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 freezes. He's thinking, which incident, the fight or the fire? He's gotta play this perfectly or he's finished. He weighs his odds. Does the Order actually know about his beef with 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒆𝒅? It's a massive gamble, but he decides to lean into his luck. He plays it cool and asks, "Are we talking about the explosion?" The Vice-Chancellor actually looks surprised for a second. He blinks, then brushes it off, saying they'll deal with the explosion another time. Score. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 smirks to himself. They have no clue he's the one who blew the place sky high. He looks at the Chancellor and asks why they're really following him. He throws out a guess. They're here to recruit him for the night's trial. He doesn't want to show his hand, so he keeps his theories vague. But then he lets his aura flare. Boom. The numbers 5214 manifest right above his head in glowing light. He tells them straight up, he's here because of this massive power level. The Vice-Chancellor is absolutely stunned, staring like he's seen a ghost. The numbers keep climbing right before his eyes, and that's when the Chancellor realizes this kid is the real deal. Then he asks a weird question. "What happened to your clothes?" 𝒊𝒆𝒅 finally looks down. Yeah, his gear is completely shredded. Later at home, his cousin Julian is losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. Julian can't believe it. "You're actually entering the night's trial." 𝒊𝒆𝒅 just nods like it's no big deal. Julian's jaw hits the floor before he literally kneels in front of 𝒊𝒆𝒅. He promises that the sovereign house will bury the training hall scandal for good. All 𝒊𝒆𝒅 has to do is focus on training for the next month. Suddenly, 𝒊𝒆𝒅's magical link rings. Outside, two shadows are lurking. It's a pair of assassins wondering why the Order is protecting a common student's house. They've already taken out a guard, and they're moving in. These are the Black and White brothers, a lethal hit squad. The older one, Black, is all about stealth and raw physical power. The younger one, White, he's just a stealth specialist. Black is perched on the roof, laughing as he imagines 𝒊𝒆𝒅's end. He turns to check on his brother, but the words die in his throat. His brother is getting his teeth kicked in. He rips out his hidden blade, screaming, "Who's touching my brother?" 𝒊𝒆𝒅 just tosses the white brother aside like trash. Black doesn't even have time to blink before 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is on him. A brutal knee strike hits him dead on, the same kid he thought was an easy target. Flashback to a few hours ago. The Duke's bodyguard was whining that he couldn't just pay 1,000,000 gold crowns and keep things quiet on his own. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 told him he wasn't a monster, he wasn't going to ruin a minion. "Go tell your boss to make a deal," he said. Then he summoned a magical contract right in his hand. It's an awakened oath. Break it, and you get hit with a permanent, life-ruining curse. Rule number 1 of the contract. Hand over the 1,000,000 gold crowns and fix the training hall mess immediately. Just like that, the news reports a gas leak at the school. Part 1? Done. The second rule was even better. The Duke has to warn 𝒊𝒆𝒅 before any revenge attempts. Back in the present, Black lunges with his blade, but 𝒊𝒆𝒅 dodges it like he's moving in slow motion. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 winds up his left hand and lets fly a punch that feels like a ton of bricks. Black barely jumps away and tries to strike from behind. He swings and hits nothing. He's losing his mind. How did he miss a point-blank backstab? 𝒊𝒆𝒅 just laughs at him. "Is this it? You guys are nothing without your little invisibility trick." Meanwhile, across town in a luxury carriage, Lady Alara is on a magical call with the president. She's asking about the upcoming night's trial. She wants to know who's going to be the official observer for her group. Will it be Lord Sterling from the Northern Reach, or the legendary Seraphina? An assassin lunged at his back, but Arthur moved like a ghost. The killer's blade sliced through nothing but air, leaving him wide-eyed and confused. Arthur just laughed at him. "Is this the best the guild could send?" he mocked. "Take away your stealth and you're just a pathetic amateur." Far across the capital, a lavish black carriage carried Lady Evelyn through the cobblestone streets. She was on the monostone phone, checking in with the Grandmaster about the upcoming trials. She wanted to know who would be scouting the new recruits. Would it be the legendary commander Thorn, or perhaps the rising star, Sir Galahad? Across the line, the sovereign laughs off the rumors, claiming Lady Seraphina is a solid choice for the crown. But his real interest, Lady Alara, she's not amused by the king's jokes, shutting him down instantly. He asks who she's eyeing instead. She used to favor Seraphina, but a new wildcard has stolen the spotlight. Word is, Lord Commander Arthur's men found Alaric cornering an S-rank threat after he'd already wiped out 2 elite shadow assassins. But Alaric stares at his trembling hand, his signature Soul Devour. It's failing him again. His status screen confirms the worst. His body is just too weak to handle the raw power of his own ability. Back on the capital streets, the remains of the masked killers are dragged into the light for all to see. The Lord Commander's knights are fuming, who targets noble students in broad daylight. Pure cowardice. Arthur thanks the boy, asking who pulled the strings for this hit, but Alaric plays it cool and keeps his mouth shut. Was the recruitment list leaked? Alaric realizes if the Obsidian Syndicate knows his face, he's in deep trouble. The Syndicate is bad, but his broken power, that's his real nightmare right now. He tries to force the energy to flow, but his physical shell just isn't up to the task, yet. As he walks home, he's calculating, how do you level up a body that can't even use its best weapon? Hunting monsters or other knights is out, too risky without his power. Then it hits him. There's one way left. Next morning, at the Royal Citadel Academy, Master Trainer 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 is welcoming the new wave of recruits. This is the heart of the kingdom's elite forces, and 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 doesn't have time for tourists. She sees 2 kids and starts to show them the exit, until Alaric pulls out a shimmering black and gold card. The Grand Arcanum's VIP seal. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 freezes. Who exactly is this kid carrying the mark of the world's richest guild? Before she can process it, a mountain of muscle crashes the party. Baron Steele has arrived. He scoffs that money doesn't buy respect here. The Baron, a silver-ranked brute who lives for the flex. Alaric's companion, Julian, is sweating bullets, wondering how they're going to survive this meathead. Nearby, a group of veteran knights grin. Looks like the rookie crusher found himself a new toy. The Baron keeps posing and barking, but Alaric just looks bored, comparing the man's shouting to a literal dog. Silence. The crowd is stunned. Did this kid just insult a silver-rank knight to his face? The Baron is fuming, but Alaric just shrugs. Wanna bet? Loser pays for the winner's academy fees for a year. The Baron laughs, easiest bet of his life. He accepts instantly, and the two are warped into the illusionary abyss. Every eye in the academy is glued to the screens as the simulation kicks into high gear. Julian asks what kind of madness this is. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 explains it's the virtual gate, a perfect replica of the abyss. The goal, carry the heaviest load to the finish line while tearing through rank B monsters. Simple, right? In this place, weight and speed are everything. It's how the academy separates the lions from the sheep. Baron Steele charges in like a wrecking ball, confident his muscle magic will carry him to an easy win. He's smashing through monsters, his enhanced strength making the heavy gear look like feathers. He's got the power, he's got the mobility, he's already dreaming of how he'll spend that prize money. Then, a flash of light. Alaric isn't just moving, he's practically teleporting past him. 3 monsters lunge to stop him, but Alaric doesn't even slow down. He just shears right through them. A single, devastating kick sends a whole pack of beasts flying. They didn't even see him coming. He's a blur of destruction, clearing the path before the monsters even realize they're dead. The Baron looks at the leaderboard and his jaw hits the floor. Alaric's score. It's not just winning, it's legendary. The academy is in total shock, but Julian is losing his mind cheering. Alaric just grins at the Baron. Thanks for the free year, pal. Fast forward. It's the big day. The grand trials are finally here, and the atmosphere is electric. News crews are circling in griffins and carriages, desperate to catch a glimpse of the next generation of legends. The big names are all here. Iron Fist Cedric, Thorn the Druid, and the lightning-wielding Lord Storm. Plus, the crowd's favorite, Lady Alara. But everyone knows there are hidden monsters in this year's roster. One rookie reporter is absolutely exhausted, trekking miles just to get a decent angle for her story. She's on the verge of tears. If she misses this scoop, her career is over. But then she sees the crowd. Thousands have arrived for the show. Looking at the crowd, the Herald Gwen sighed. She didn't think she'd stand a chance at interviewing any of the elite high knights entering the trials today. While she was busy wallowing in her bad luck, Arthur stepped out from behind the massive throng of people, looking completely baffled by the sheer size of the gathering. His voice immediately caught Gwen's attention, and thinking he might be a promising candidate, she practically pounced on him to secure an exclusive. She snuck up behind him, begging for a quick interview while the overlooking towers captured the scale of the massive citadel waiting grounds. Arthur was finally summoned just minutes before the gates dropped, nearly late because of the time he spent talking to Gwen, before he rushed into the testing hall. He stepped into the sealed chamber and found hundreds of warriors already waiting inside, all of them tension-filled and ready for the signal. With the thick stone walls blocking out the sun, it was impossible to tell the time, but suddenly, the crowd's focus shifted toward one person. That's when Arthur spotted Lady Alinor. She was here for the trial, too. They exchanged nods, though she couldn't help but notice he'd clearly hit a growth spurt. She asked what on earth he'd been doing to his body, and Arthur just shrugged it off, claiming it was nothing more than basic training. She just stared at him, bewildered by how much he'd transformed in only a month of training under the Master at Arms, Sir Gareth. Before she could press him for details, the magical mirrors flickered to life, showing the silhouette of the High Overseer. The host announced that the first trial was beginning and laid out the law. Every participant had a numbered heraldic crest pinned to their chest. The goal, simple but brutal: snatch 5 crests from other candidates, because if you lose your own, you're disqualified on the spot. With only 1 hour on the clock, the entire Whitehall began to shift and grind, the magic reshaping the very ground beneath their feet. The Overseer finished by saying that any weapon or relic was permitted except for cold-blooded murder, and then the trial officially began. Everyone was scattered into random corners of the shifting arena, and a mob immediately charged at Lady Alinor because of her legendary High Knight status. Big mistake. She channeled frost into her palms, and the judges watched in awe as she summoned a massive glacier that froze her attackers solid. They were stunned by the Saint of Frost's talent, but they didn't forget to praise the high caliber of the other warriors in the mix. One judge, however, was glued to a specific mirror, the one showing the zone next to the arrogant High Knight, Lord Cedric. Cedric hadn't let a single soul get close to him from the start, making the judges wonder just how chaotic a clash between 2 High Knights would be. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Alaric was watching Arthur alone. He knew who the real star was today, regardless of the official knightly ranks. He was buzzing with energy while watching his screen, but his face fell when he saw Arthur struggling in a balanced duel against a single opponent. Alaric couldn't believe his eyes. He actually started shouting at the mirror in pure frustration, unable to hide his irritation. In the arena, a brute named Sir Roland, famed for his ironhide gift, landed a heavy punch right against Arthur's face. Arthur took the blow head-on, his skin turning to stone as he traded hits. Alaric just watched in disbelief, thinking he'd totally misjudged the boy's skill. But then it became clear. Arthur wasn't even trying to dodge. He and Roland just kept charging at each other, refusing to back down. Arthur deliberately threw himself into the path of an iron-reinforced fist, letting the sheer force of the impact shatter his own stone defense. Roland started laughing, shouting that Arthur was completely outclassed and clearly too slow to even avoid a direct strike. Then a terrifying pressure filled the air. Arthur felt his internal strength surging, his power rising the more he was pushed in the duel. He lunged forward with inhuman speed, using the external pain to actually temper and tone his body in the heat of battle. For him, fighting to the absolute limit was just another form of training, and he continued to happily trade brutal blows with the brute. He channeled every ounce of his strength into one final, crushing punch, and in the resulting collision, Arthur emerged as the clear winner. He'd literally shattered his opponent's unbreakable iron skin and looked quite pleased with the progress he'd made. Roland could only faint from the shock of such overwhelming power, collapsing to the dirt without a shred of strength left while Arthur stood over him. Alaric, watching the duel from the tower, couldn't help but cheer for the victory, shouting alone in the observation room. The other judges gave him some seriously strange looks, but Alaric was secretly worried that Arthur might burn through his stamina too quickly using this method. He started thinking the best tactic would be for Arthur to conserve his energy by picking off the weaker squires first. But then, a sudden realization caught him off guard as the other judges focused on a different part of the magical display. They were all calling a low-ranked warrior completely irresponsible, and yeah, they were definitely talking about Arthur. Because after eliminating dozens of people, Arthur was now walking straight toward the powerhouse, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. Arthur started counting the massive pile of crests he'd collected, but then he just stopped. As long as he had more than 5, he was set. Suddenly, an electric aura erupted from a fierce competitor across the arena, the air literally buzzing with raw power. The immense pressure grew as the lightning was unleashed, but Arthur casually dodged a lethal discharge without breaking a sweat. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 was actually delighted to see such speed from a stranger. Since the start of the trial, he'd been bored to tears by the weaklings. The only person he thought was worth his time was Lady Elinor, but now it looked like Arthur was finally giving him a reason to get serious. Sir Mordred funnels his lightning into 3 lethal bursts, but Alastair is on a whole other level. He dances through the sparks like a ghost, leaving the knight hitting nothing but air. Alastair doesn't miss a beat, coating his boot in the heavy granite aegis before swinging a brutal kick at Mordred's head, only for a crackling shield of pure electricity to snap into place. Even Alastair is caught off guard by that level of defensive power, but Mordred actually gives him credit, admitting he's so fast that tracking his movements is getting nearly impossible. Then, boom, a wave of raw static erupts, blasting Alastair back as he tries to wrap his head around how treacherous this Storm Lord ability really is. It's a total nightmare. We're talking about a guy who controls the heavens to snipe you from a distance, but can also stand his ground behind an ironclad electric wall. You can't underestimate him for a second because his destructive force is off the charts, whether you're standing right in front of him or 100 yards away. Alastair starts scrambling for a new strategy since his Soul Devour is currently locked, meaning he's got to find a way to crack that impenetrable shield using 0 magic. Mordred notices the hesitation and smirks, asking if Alastair is waiting for an invitation, before suddenly blurring across the arena like a literal bolt of lightning. Alastair's jaw drops as the knight closes the gap in a heartbeat, his hand glowing with enough concentrated voltage to level a small manor house. He barely survives by tilting his neck just an inch to the right, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike before dodging a follow-up kick that's hummed with lethal energy. Mordred keeps the pressure on, his fists crackling with raw power as he rains down a relentless flurry of strikes that would crush any normal warrior. The Colosseum floor is basically disintegrating under the weight of the assault, and get this, Mordred is actually having the time of his life, laughing through the chaos. Gotcha! Mordred suddenly snatches Alastair's wrists and lets loose, dumping every single volt of his lightning directly into the poor guy's nervous system. Total paralysis. Mordred looms over him, roaring that Alastair should have turned tail and run the moment he realized who he was up against. But Alastair, he just grits his teeth, ignoring the agony of his skin literally burning as he pours everything he has into forcing his granite aegis to grow. It's a losing battle. The lightning shatters the stone armor the second it forms, creating a blinding flash of white light that completely consumes the stage. Blinded, Alastair raises his arms to protect his eyes, which is exactly when Mordred leaps into the air to deliver the killing blow with everything he's got. The sky falls. A massive pillar of lightning slams into the ground, obliterating the surrounding area and leaving nothing but smoke and scorched earth in its wake. It's a miracle he's even alive, 𝒊𝒅 is still standing, somehow absorbing thousands of volts that would have fried a dragon. Mordred is actually impressed, whispering to himself about how lucky he is to have found such a durable toy to play with during this tournament. But Mordred gets cocky for just 1 second. Whack! A jagged rock catches him right in the forehead, snapping his head back in a spray of blood. He's stunned, and 𝒊𝒅 doesn't waste the opening. He blurs to the knight's blind spot and hurls another heavy stone with pinpoint accuracy. The rock slams into Mordred's chest, making him choke up blood. 𝒊𝒅 knows his stone skin can't match a Storm Lord's power, but he stopped playing fair. Even at full power, 𝒊𝒅's armor would just get pulverized by those thunderous blows. But he realized something crucial about this specific battleground. This isn't just any dirt. The Colosseum is built from ancient citadel slate, a material designed to stay solid even when high-tier grandmasters start throwing nukes. 𝒊𝒅's new plan is simple but brilliant. Use the rubble. He starts gathering the broken slabs of slate, using them as projectiles to chip away at that supreme defense. He finds a massive chunk of the arena floor and puts his entire soul into the throw, aiming to finally break the Storm Lord's ironclad guard. See, the slate is basically indestructible, so it doesn't lose its weight or sharp edges even when Mordred's lightning starts cracking the surface. 𝒊𝒅 keeps the barrage going, pelting him with everything from pebbles to boulders until he finally finds a gap in the knight's electric barrier. He grabs the largest stone he can find and strikes with enough force to shatter the air itself, pouring every bit of his remaining strength into the blow. The impact is insane. Half the arena just disappears. The crowd is in total shock, wondering how a low-tier novice just humiliated a high-tier prodigy. After the dust settles, 𝒊𝒅 gathers the final tournament tokens he needs, finally thinking he can catch his breath while he waits for the timer to run out. Surprise, an ice spike nearly takes his head off. He looks up and sees a second frost spell, this one 10 times larger, forming directly over his head. Standing right there is Lady Alara. 𝒊𝒅 is completely bewildered. How long has she been hiding in the shadows watching this whole bloodbath unfold? She walks toward him, looking totally disgusted. "Great power comes with a price," she says, her voice as cold as the ice she's summoning. She tells him that power without a sense of duty is just mindless violence, and while she's surprised he beat Mordred, she's clearly not a fan of his methods. "You treated Sir Cedric the same way, didn't you?" she asks. Suddenly, the temperature drops 40 degrees as a chilling blue aura starts pouring off her. Her eyes glow with a haunting, pale light as she unleashes a wave of frost that makes the entire Colosseum feel like the dead of winter. 𝒊𝒅 realizes he's in trouble. This snow she's calling down is basically a carpet bomb, making it impossible for him to hide or use stealth. She lands a devastating blow right on his chest. "I actually thought you were different," she screams, her voice cracking with pure disappointment. Back at the training academy, she really believed he wasn't like the other reckless nobles who only care about their own selfish goals. But after watching him fight today, she's convinced he's the one to blame for all this chaos, and she's not pulling any more punches. She starts hitting him with a relentless barrage of ice-cold strikes, leaving 𝒊𝒅 trapped in a desperate struggle for his life against a girl who's lost all faith in him. She used to think Arthur was just a reckless kid driven by ego, but after seeing him in action, she realized every single move he made was calculated. Frustrated, she began raining down a series of devastating blows on her practice target, realizing that Arthur had played them all from the very start. Standing over him, Lady Alinor makes it clear. Using unsanctioned magic is a serious crime, and those two boys are still fighting for their lives. Despite the chaos, she decides not to report him to the council, but there is a catch. He has to forfeit the Grand Knight trials. She looks him in the eye and tells him he simply does not have the honor to be a knight, but 𝒊𝒅 is not finished. He stands up, asking just who she thinks she is to judge him, especially since she was too weak to stop Lord Julian's reign of terror. He calls her out, saying all she really wants is to get rid of a rival, and he'd have respected it more if she used survival. He tells her he would prefer a real excuse over her acting so pathetic. And trust me, that really hit a nerve with her. Elinar's face shifts from pity to pure rage as she declares that the kid gloves are officially coming off for this fight. She summons her power, crafting a massive staff of eternal ice to end this right now, while 𝒊𝒆𝒅 realizes he is in deep trouble. His stone skin ability is shattered beyond repair, and even his shadows won't hide him from the massive area attacks she is about to unleash. Even with the monarch's heart pumping power through his veins, the gap in their strength is still way too wide to bridge the tide. His predation skill is still locked, and he is too exhausted to use the paralysis trick he pulled on Lord Julian. It is looking grim. He has exactly one shot at this, as their clash sends shockwaves through the arena, tearing the very ground apart in the process. The audience is blinded by a sudden, brilliant flash of light, left wondering what on earth is happening in the center of that crater. As the glow finally dies down, the entire crowd is shocked by the scene they witness as the arena lights begin to dim. There they are, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 and Ilinar, collapsed on the ground and locked in a kiss. But this was not about romance at all. This was a cold, calculated move, using a close-range paralysis status effect that is almost impossible to dodge at such a short distance. Whether the contact is direct or indirect, a move like this has an extremely high chance of success compared to any long-range spell. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 had literally infused the paralysis into his own blood and made her swallow it. Talk about a crazy and desperate gamble to win. For a high sovereign like her, it should have been a minor sting, but she simply could not resist and became completely frozen. The internal system pings him. The psychological shock he just dealt was so massive that his charm stat actually jumped by 3 points. Right then, the announcer declares that the first round of the trials has finally concluded, and the medical teams need to clear the field. Every candidate is ordered to stay exactly where they are until the royal healers can reach them and move everyone to safety. Once the first round of the tests was completed, the healers went to work on the wounded, ensuring everyone was promptly attended to. Even though Ilinar was paralyzed, she still held her trial emblem and proved her combat prowess, meaning she successfully passed the round. As for 𝒊𝒆𝒅, he only managed to grab 7 emblems, but the fact that he defeated both Lord Cedric and Lady Ilinar. He is suddenly the only name on anyone's lips, the absolute center of attention for everyone currently participating in the night trials. Every other candidate is whispering now, wondering about his true rank and what kind of dirty tricks he might have used to win. Meanwhile, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 checks his newly healed body, thankful for the magic since he could barely even walk in his previous state. But the peace does not last because Lord Cedric is already back, practically vibrating with the need for a rematch against our hero. He snarls at 𝒊𝒆𝒅, warning him that those cheap arena tricks and luck won't save him a second time in their next fight. Cedric unleashes a massive wave of golden aura, drawing a crowd of other aspiring knights who are eager to watch the clash. One onlooker laughs, saying Cedric is just trying to get some overdue revenge for the embarrassing loss he took in the arena. Another noble says he does not care if Cedric eliminates a candidate, as long as he goes all out and crushes the boy. But Cedric snaps at them, telling the peanut gallery to stay silent because they have absolutely nothing to do with this battle. He is determined to prove 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is nothing without his tricks in a fair, honorable duel. But then, the atmosphere changes completely. Before a single sword can be drawn, and crushing weight of gravity magic slams everyone straight into the dirt without any warning. A man approaches through the heavy silence, asking if these boys are ever going to let the rest of the world rest. He tells them they act like they do not know their place. This is Grand Duke Arthur, a legendary high sovereign knight. To everyone's shock, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 actually tries to stand up against the crushing pressure, which honestly leaves the Grand Duke quite impressed. But Arthur is not here to play. He intensifies the gravity magic, ensuring 𝒊𝒆𝒅 cannot rise under such an overwhelming weight. Our hero realizes right then that there is a massive world of difference between a high sovereign and a regular knight. He had heard the rumors that their power was on a different level, but he had not expected it to be this terrifying. Duke Arthur watches him struggle, noting that even veteran knights could not endure this much pressure before snapping under the strain. He is about to crank the pressure even higher when he is interrupted by the head doctors responsible for the player's health. One of the doctors shouts at him, demanding to know what the hell he is doing to children who were just healed. Duke Sterling claimed he wasn't trying to cull the herd before the next round started. He insisted it was just crowd control, but the head medic wasn't buying the lie. The doc knew the truth. Sterling pulls this stunt every year to test the rookie's grit. While everyone else was passed out from Sterling's crushing aura, Arthur actually managed to stand. Absolutely floored, Sterling demanded his name. "I'm Arthur," the boy replied, steady as a rock. Sterling realized this was the same C-ranker who'd recently humbled Sir Gareth and Roland. Interesting. He gripped Arthur's shoulder, telling him it's clear he's aiming for a Grandmaster rank. "I'll be watching you," Sterling said with a smirk before turning to walk away. The medics immediately swarmed after him, screaming about the absolute mess he'd just made. Fast forward, the survivors are in the Blackwood Forest, and Sterling is waiting for them. He asked if they'd caught their breath, because the second round of the night's exam was starting. Their final test lay beyond a portal leading straight into a Tier 4 crypt. Every 5 recruits would enter with a pro supervisor to monitor their every move. They were being graded on everything: combat, survival, and how they handled the pressure. The guild provided all the steel and supplies they'd need for the expedition. Arthur figured it should be a cakewalk for an amateur. It's just a low-tier crypt. With active pros around, nothing could go wrong, unless they stumbled onto a double crypt. The Abyssal Rift, the world's first double crypt, was a total bloodbath that shook the kingdoms. Thousands met their end that day, including the very first team to find it. That discovery triggered mass breaches everywhere, and Arthur wished he could just shout a warning. But who'd believe a rookie without proof? They'd probably just think he was some crazy spy. Talk about awkward. He just needed to make sure he wasn't on that first discovery team. But the moment he stepped inside, he realized he was in the exact group he feared. Their supervisor stepped forward, asking if the team was ready to move out. It was Commander Alaric, the legendary A-ranker who originally found the Abyssal Rift. Arthur's stomach dropped. He was in deep, deep trouble as they began their descent. They hacked through low-level monsters with ease, earning a round of applause from the commander. Alaric praised their killer instincts, claiming they already had the heart of true knights. One girl piped up, saying it was only possible thanks to the commander's brilliant tactical lead. Arthur watched them, wondering how he'd ended up with the doomed discovery team. There was no doubt. He spotted the Ring of Solon on Alaric's finger. That unique artifact boosts every physical stat tenfold. It was the Rift's first reward. The Rift is a Tier 1 death trap, and in Arthur's current state, he's toast. His Devourer soul was sealed, but he had a plan: keep them away from the Rift. They eventually hit a fork in the tunnels, 2 dark paths stretching into the unknown. The group looked to Alaric, unsure of which way to go in this maze. Alaric suggested a majority vote, but Arthur didn't wait. He bolted down the left path. "Get back here," Alaric roared, warning him that running blind in a crypt is suicide. Arthur didn't care. He was forcing them to follow him, away from the original tragedy. There was no way he was letting a vote decide their deaths. He had to change fate. His plan was working. The whole group was chasing after him, away from the Rift. Then, everything stopped. A shimmering violet portal pulsed right in his path. A portal inside a crypt. That shouldn't even be possible, but there it was. All that effort to save them, and he'd run straight into the Abyssal Rift anyway. A teammate suggested they check out what was inside, but Arthur barked a sudden order. Arthur yells for everyone to freeze. He points at the rift. It's a totally different portal from the entrance, and that's never a good sign. Seriously, an extra portal in a low-level crypt is beyond suspicious. He insists they need to report this to the Crown Council before things get ugly. Lord Malcolm, their inspector, admits he's never seen anything like this before. He knows the rules say they should report it to headquarters immediately. But then he gets greedy. He suggests they try it just this once, completely ignoring the safety protocols he's supposed to uphold. He tells Arthur he gets the concern, but the ether, the magic inside, doesn't feel dangerous at all despite the creepy appearance. Besides, it's just a rank D crypt. Malcolm's a rank A knight, so he figures even if things go sideways, he's got the power to handle it. He's convinced the council either set this up as a secret test, or it's just a rare event that will net them huge points. Exploring this place could make them legends in the academy. But Arthur, he straight up asks if Malcolm has lost his damn mind. Arthur's just following the basic safety rules, but Malcolm isn't having it. He starts questioning Arthur's attitude instead. He asks how someone who can't even play nice with a team thinks they have the right to give orders to a senior inspector. That's all the group needed to hear. They all turn on Arthur, remembering how he was just recklessly blitzing through the dungeon earlier. One of the boys sneers that just because Arthur has a little bit of talent, it doesn't mean he can forget his place. Another kid pipes up, calling Arthur arrogant for even daring to argue with an actual veteran knight. The peer pressure is hitting hard. Since everyone's siding with the inspector, they decide to dive into the mystery portal. Arthur tries one last time to stop them. He needs to talk sense into the inspector, but it's too late. Malcolm has already made up his mind to go in. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Malcolm floods the area with light and leads the charge into the unknown. As soon as they enter, the vibe shifts. This isn't rank D, it feels heavy, like they walked right into a rank S death zone. At the end of the corridor, they see it. A massive, terrifying statue holding a sword that could cleave a house in two. Now the group is panicking. They're asking Malcolm what's going on and if he's absolutely sure about the dungeon rank. Arthur tells everyone to shut their mouths and just keep their eyes forward. No more distractions. One kid still tries to call him rude, but Arthur cuts him off. He senses something. "It's coming," he warns. Right on cue, two statues wake up, rank A dread knights. The group is frozen in fear as Malcolm yells for everyone to get ready. Malcolm charges in, and the fight is brutal. He's actually holding his own against the two giants, showing off his rank A power. Seeing the inspector fight, the rest of the group finally finds their courage and joins the chaotic battle. They actually use some strategy, blocking the monster's vision, shielding the front, and never letting the enemy breathe. After a desperate struggle, they manage to win. A girl in the group sighs, thinking they're finally safe from the nightmare. She can't believe they actually took down rank A monsters. It feels like a miracle to most of them. One of the boys starts celebrating way too early, acting like it was easy, but then his face goes pale. Behind him, more statues are grinding to life. Not just two this time, there are 4 more closing in. The group is paralyzed with terror. Meanwhile, Arthur is busy analyzing the statues' bodies, realizing something is totally wrong. The fight restarts, and it's a slaughterhouse. The number of statues just keeps growing and growing. Malcolm notices the trap. Every time they manage to kill one statue, dozens more seem to crawl out of the walls. Everyone is at their absolute limit. Arthur turns to Malcolm and tells him something very strange is happening here. Malcolm looks at him, and for the first time, he wonders who Arthur really is. The guy hasn't even flinched yet. After all that fighting, Arthur isn't even tired. Plus, he was the only one who sensed the portal was a trap. Truth is, if it wasn't for the boost from Arthur's secret, King's Ember ability, they would all be dead already. Malcolm's thinking, is this guy really just a rank C adventurer? He's in shock as he asks what Arthur found. Arthur tells him it's just a hunch, but those monsters, they aren't actually dread knights at all. Despair hits the group like a brick. If they weren't fighting knights, what the hell have they been hitting all this time? Right then, Arthur grabs a sword from one of the fallen monsters. He's done waiting around. He declares he's finding the truth right now and charges the statues with everything he's got. He completely ignores the small ones and heads, straight for the massive king statue at the back of the hall. It's a success. He smashes the giant to pieces, and suddenly the entire dungeon scenery starts to flicker and change. Arthur reveals the truth. It was all an illusion trap, a sick tactic designed to drain their energy with fake enemies. One of the survivors is beyond frustrated, screaming out, "You mean all of that was just a lie? Everything they'd fought for? A lie, just a cruel trick of the mind." One of the squires, voice trembling, asked if this meant the real nightmare was only just beginning. Sir Cedric, the veteran inspector, couldn't wrap his head around it. He demanded to know how Arthur saw through the ruse. After all, the boy had never faced a dread night before. Arthur's answer was chillingly simple. Even without experience, he knew one thing for certain. There was no way the legions of hell could be that pathetic. That cold logic left Cedric completely rattled. But Arthur didn't care about his pride. They had to move, and move fast, before they became permanent ghosts of this place. The moment the illusion shattered, reality got a whole lot worse. The Shadow Citadel shifted into its apocalypse form, and the wounds they'd taken during the fake battle started festering for real. No reinforcements were coming. Their only hope was finding a way out of this hellhole, and every second they waited, the darkness within the dungeon grew heavier. After wandering through the shifting corridors, they finally stumbled upon a shimmering portal. The younger scout hesitated, terrified it was another trap. Cedric looked him in the eye. It was either step through or die in the dark. He kicked the portal open, only to find a towering dread knight waiting on the other side. The squire actually laughed. It was just one monster, right? Wrong. As the torches flared up, they revealed an entire army of steel-clad demons filling the chamber. Pure, unadulterated terror hit the group. They realized they weren't looking at a few guards. They were surrounded by a legion of the damned. Then the big boss appeared, the Hollow Lord, a Grandmaster-tier nightmare. He laughed at the filthy humans who dared enter his throne room and ordered the slaughter to begin. Giant stone statues began to grind forward. They didn't lunge immediately, though. They were circling like predators, analyzing their prey. Arthur scanned the room, his mind racing. He realized these weren't just mindless drones. They were warriors who wanted a one-on-one duel to the death. One of the boys lost it, screaming that he was out of mana and couldn't fight. Arthur grabbed him, telling everyone to shut up and stay calm. This wasn't about winning a war. It was about surviving a jailbreak. They needed to run, and they needed to do it now. The group bolted in desperation, Arthur trailing behind with the unconscious Lady Alara slung over his shoulder. The squires cried out, wishing they were back at the entrance, but their luck ran out. A massive stone blade swept through the air, cutting down the stragglers in a single, brutal arc. Arthur shouted for Cedric to find the exit while he bought them time. But Cedric did something unexpected. He shoved Arthur and the girl back. Cedric slammed his hands down, summoning a wall of pure energy to shield them. He told Arthur to shut his mouth. He called the boy a useless commoner and told him to stop playing the hero. Underneath the insults, Cedric was facing his own demons. He'd spent his life chasing the dream of becoming a Grandmaster Knight, but no matter how hard he bled, he was never good enough. This was his last stand. If he could hold off this nightmare, maybe, just maybe, he'd finally be the hero he always wanted to be. A statue charged. Cedric didn't flinch. He parried the blow and shattered the stone beast with a single, desperate strike. He looked at Arthur with bitter respect. He knew the boy had something he didn't, true potential. As their supervisor, it was his duty to stay behind. Arthur looked at the squires Cedric wanted to save. They were already gone, cold, dead. Seconds later, Cedric's wall shattered like glass. The veteran knight went down, his life extinguished in the blink of an eye. The statue that killed him turned its hollow eyes toward Arthur, raising its sword in a silent invitation to a duel. Arthur was cornered. His eyes fell on the ring Cedric had been wearing, a relic glinting in the dirt. As the statue lunged, Arthur rolled, snatching the ring from the ground. He slid it onto his finger, his final, desperate gamble. "Awaken!" he roared. A violent shockwave of energy erupted from the ring, obliterating every statue in his path. Even the Hollow Lord was stunned. Where did this sudden, overwhelming power come from? The ring was the key. With all conditions met, the predation seal shattered, and Arthur felt his very soul surge as his strength multiplied instantly. He unleashed a torrent of mana, blowing back the Legion. But he wasn't stupid. He realized predation needed 10 seconds to fully consume a soul. He couldn't just spam this. He had to burn every skill and every drop of attribute power he'd ever stolen to claw his way out. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. A massive spear, wreathed in dark energy, appeared in the Hollow Lord's hand. With a flick of the wrist, the boss ordered a volley. 100 statues hurled their spears at once, a rain of certain death. Arthur moved like a blur, dodging the lethal steel by a hair's breadth. He broke through the line, coming face to face with the Lord himself. Time to see if his stolen power was enough. He lunged forward, eyes locked on the monster's throat. The Hollow Lord raised his blade, and the ground itself shook from the sheer pressure of his presence. Arthur didn't blink. He poured every ounce of his remaining mana into his strike, knowing this was all or nothing. Steel met shadow with a sound that threatened to tear the room apart. The real fight was just starting. The boss roared, and the shadows around him began to coalesce into a second, even larger weapon. Arthur gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming under the strain of the ring's immense power. One mistake meant death, but as the Hollow Lord swung, Arthur saw it, a tiny opening in the monster's guard. He lunged. This wasn't a duel, it was an execution, and he wasn't planning on being the one to die. The Shadow Lord unleashes a devastating blast, sending 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 flying across the chamber, mocking him, saying he'd put up a decent fight for a mortal. But that was the end of the road. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 was completely crushed by raw, overwhelming force, with the boss's steel boots pinning him to the cold floor. Grinding his heel into 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅's chest, the monster had one last question. He wanted to know exactly who gave a worm like him such power. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 could only scream in pure agony as his mind fractured. But at that exact moment, the system flared to life with a frantic warning. A mysterious, ancient power was fighting back against the Shadow Lord's aura, and miraculously, the resistance was actually working. The boss realized the truth. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 wasn't like other humans. He could actually understand the twisted tongue of the monsters. As the demon demanded answers, the world shifted. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 saw a gargantuan beast with massive horns looming over his soul. To his side lay the broken bodies of his fallen knights, and right behind him stood the Shadow Lord, waiting to end it all. Everything felt wrong. The world he knew was gone, replaced by a nightmare reality he couldn't even begin to comprehend. He wondered, what exactly was this devourer ability? How was a mere human suddenly speaking the forbidden language of the abyss? He'd been blind to the truth, surviving on nothing but luck and a gift he didn't understand, but nothing had truly changed for him. The boss lunged for a fatal strike. Even with death staring him down, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅 wondered, why did the king give him this power? Then a voice echoed back, the answer he'd already been told. A figure bathed in blinding light appeared before his eyes. "Because of your grit," the man said. "Your sheer tenacity moved me." It wasn't about a transformation, it was about his refusal to stop. Was it all just a dream? Maybe. But when 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅 snapped his eyes open, they were burning with a terrifying, vengeful rage. The Shadow Lord just laughed, calling him a pathetic, broken human, before declaring that this would be his final resting place. He prepared the execution blow, but before the steel could bite, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅's energy exploded, shattering the surrounding stone statues in an instant. The boss's eyes widened with sick excitement. "A frenzy? In your state, you're really going to try and fight back?" 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅 didn't say a word, he just let his mana surge. 1 point. 2. It was skyrocketing past every known limit of a human. The Shadow Lord was thrilled. He declared it an excellent final effort and promised to entertain 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅 until his very last breath. The boss charged, his sword dripping with dark, destructive force, a strike packed with enough power to level the entire hall. Impact, but wait, the attack did absolutely nothing. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒆𝒅 stopped the blade with his bare hands like it was made of glass. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍 looked him dead in the eye and asked if he was still curious about the true nature of this power. The boss was desperate to know, starving for the secret. "Then find out for yourself," 𝒖𝒍𝒍 growled as his aura flared. The system chimed. 𝒖𝒍𝒍 had just ascended to a second circle knight. His strength was now on a whole different level. He unleashed a blow so powerful, it sent the Shadow Lord flying through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He didn't stop there. 𝒖𝒍𝒍 tore through the remaining statues with godlike strength, moving like a blur of pure destruction. The boss was losing it. How could an inferior human reach these heights? It defied every law of the kingdom. He tried to trigger a trap, a desperate attempt to cage our boy, but the magic just shattered against 𝒖𝒍𝒍's sheer will. 𝒖𝒍𝒍 stood tall. "This isn't human strength," he declared. "This is the power of a true king." One final, earth-shattering strike landed. A hit so brutal that the Shadow Lord wasn't coming back from it, not in this lifetime. Victory, the system notified him of his prize, a new ability called the Spirit of the Shadow King. Talk about a level up. Outside the rift, a group of elite wardens gathered, their faces pale as they tried to analyze the unstable portal. Sir Percival asked the mages for a reading. The answer? It was an S-rank rift, total absolute catastrophe territory. Evacuation orders were already out, but the dungeon's distortion was causing a massive delay for the support squads. Percival knew the truth. If the rift broke now, every single soul trapped inside was as good as dead. He realized he couldn't wait. He'd have to intervene alone if he wanted anyone to survive the coming slaughter. Suddenly, the abyssal gate pulsed with a terrifying energy. Everyone braced themselves. The break was happening. Percival shouted for everyone to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario as the portal began to tear open. But then a single shadow emerged. Out stepped 𝒖𝒍𝒍, looking battered but calm. "That was a close one," he muttered. Just like that, the nightmare was over. Thanks to the protagonist, the rift incident was resolved and the survivors were saved. The exam results were finalized based on the earlier evaluations, and the kingdom began picking up the pieces. The fallen were recovered and returned to their noble houses with honor, but the truth of the raid was buried deep. It was decided that the identity of the one who cleared the apocalypse rift would remain a total secret from the public. Moments later, the Grand Director sat down with Sir Percival and a mysterious hunter to discuss the boy who changed everything. Telling the truth meant House Blackstone would hunt Arthur down like a dog, and every greedy mercenary in the kingdom would be on his tail. The two knights realized the danger instantly, and the Grand Commander thanked them for their silence, knowing the boy's life was on the line. But then he leaned in closer. He wanted to know their honest opinion of the squire who somehow conquered a divine-tier cataclysm rift all by himself. Sir Percival didn't hesitate. If the boy really cleared a nightmare like that solo, he had to be at least at the level of a master knight. However, the other knight shook his head. Since Arthur's official rank was still at the bottom, gauging his true ceiling was nearly impossible. The commander's eyes narrowed. "What are you two getting at?" he asked, sensing there was more to the story than just raw talent. The two knights traded a nervous glance before one finally whispered the truth. There was a high chance he was already at high sovereign level. Cut back to Arthur, and things get weird. He's standing under a blood-red sky, surrounded by monsters that shouldn't even exist in this world. Total nightmare fuel. He's looking around, wondering how on earth he ended up in the Shadow Realm, but he doesn't have much time to think. Suddenly, the Shadow King himself descends from the heavens. The beasts nearby try to swarm him, but wait for it. It's not even a fight. With one lazy flick of his hand, he turns the entire horde into ash. The king's voice booms, declaring he'll be waiting for Arthur in the deepest pits of the abyss. Arthur jolts awake in a royal infirmary bed, his body absolutely wrecked from the injuries he took back in that divine rift. He breathes heavily, wondering if it was just a fever dream, but the pain tells him otherwise. It felt way too raw, way too real to be a hallucination. And that king, what did he mean by waiting for him? Arthur checks his status and notices his predation ability, a skill even the oldest horrors recognize. Not to mention, he can actually understand the language of monsters now. Talk about a weird side effect. This just leaves him with a mountain of questions. One thing is clear. If he wants answers, he has to get stronger. Reaching the abyss is the only way forward, and he knows it. He pulls up his player statistics, and yeah, just as he suspected. The fight against the Dread Night Lord was hell, but it paid off big time. He's finally hit Tier B with these attributes. He could easily trade blows with a Master Knight or even the legendary spirit of the Night King. He's certain now, predation is the exact same power that once crushed him with overwhelming force. Now it's his to command. At this pace, reaching the high sovereign rank isn't just a dream. It's going to happen sooner than anyone thinks. Suddenly, there's a commotion at his door. Someone is trying to force their way in, and the royal guards are flat out refusing to budge. The visitor is fuming, shouting that it's an absolute outrage to keep a lady from visiting a sick friend in his time of need. Even as the head of the Mage Association, she calls this wicked behavior. She kicks the door open, asking Arthur if he agrees with her. Arthur looks past her and sees the guards who tried to stop her are all slumped on the floor, completely out cold. She didn't come to talk. She stares him down and, get this, actually calls him darling. Talk about a confusing way to wake up from a coma. Moments later, they're in a luxury royal carriage. A young squire offers to take the reins, suggesting the Lady Master shouldn't bother herself with driving. But Lady Alener, Master of the Wayfarer Order, just brushes him off. Arthur is her personal guest, and she's handling this ride herself. Arthur doesn't sugarcoat it. He asks what the leader of one of the 4 great orders could possibly want with a low-ranked squire like him. She plays it cool, claiming she's just being a good citizen by taking him home while checking out the apocalypse survivor for herself. Arthur gives her a sarcastic look. "If you're going to lie to me, at least make it a good one," he remarks, seeing right through her. Alener just laughs it off. She likes his spark. She then asks if he's ready for the 3rd round of the night's trials. This time, it's a survival game, just like the first, but with one massive catch. This one is going to have a live audience. High nobles and commoners alike will be watching his every move. His secret abilities, they're about to be fully exposed to the entire kingdom. Every great house is going to start a bidding war for the low-ranked kid who somehow cleared a Divine Tier Rift solo. She leans in, offering him a deal he shouldn't be able to refuse. Gold, fame, titles, anything his heart desires, as long as he joins the Wayfarers. The carriage goes dead silent. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a dagger. Everyone is waiting for his answer. Arthur thinks it over for a split second and then he just says no, just like that. Lady Alener is left in complete and utter shock. She never expected to be turned down. A few minutes later, the carriage pulls over in a quiet stone alleyway, and Arthur steps out. He thanks them for the lift, but tells them he can walk the rest of the way home on his own. He's done with the games. Alener stops him, confused. Why would he refuse? Did he even listen to the offer? She's literally offering him the world on a silver platter. She's willing to make any dream he has come true. Is he holding out for a better offer from another house? Or did he just misunderstand her? Arthur just turns back and tells her not to take it the wrong way. He doesn't have a hidden agenda or another guild waiting in the wings. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if the Wayfarer Order is really supposed to be that special. It's a bold move, to say the least. In the end, his reason was simple. He just didn't want to join. He wasn't interested in being anyone's pawn, no matter the price. And with that mic drop moment, he turns around and starts walking down the steps, leaving the most powerful woman in the city speechless. Down a dark cobblestone lane, before he can even blink, bam. A woman strikes from the shadows, pinning him and muffling his voice with a bone-chilling, oppressive aura. She demands to know what his game is. A fresh recruit, turning down all 4 great houses without a single word of explanation. To her, it's complete madness. She finally pulls her hand away, looking him over with pure confusion. How could a mere aspirant reject the most powerful noble orders in the kingdom? Surprisingly, she says she'll overlook the insult for now, admitting that she's actually developed a bit of an interest in him. Right then, her young squire, 𝑩𝒍𝒍, speaks up. He's baffled by what she's doing with a commoner who's still in the middle of his nightly trials. 𝑩𝒍𝒍 warns Arthur not to be a fool. Rejecting the lady of House Valerius without a reason is social suicide. He needs to sign with an order, and soon. But Arthur just smirks. He sees right through her. You're every bit as stubborn as the legends say, Lady 𝒍𝒍, or should I say, sister of Lord Julian. The woman freezes, her face turning pale as a ghost. How on earth could this random kid know about her secret bloodline or her connection to that man? Arthur doesn't flinch. He knows everything, including the fact that her very name was stolen from her. It's a truth that should have been buried forever. Realizing her greatest secret is out, she snaps. A massive torrent of magical energy erupts from her, a pillar of mana so fierce it literally pierces the clouds. Her squire watches in horror, knowing things have gone south. The truth is heavy. Lady Isabella was actually born as 𝒍𝒍, the illegitimate child of Duke Richard. She was raised as the heir to the Valerius group until a legitimate daughter was born. Then, they stripped her of her name and cast her out like trash. She changed her surname to start over as a knight, a secret known only to the highest circles. Now, she's got her hands tight around Arthur's throat. How dare you speak that name, she seethes. Do you have a death wish, boy? But Arthur, he's not intimidated one bit. Hey, you're the one who started this. Suddenly, the system pings. A mysterious force triggers, successfully shattering her Amazonian spirit. Arthur's eyes glow as he grabs her wrist. He channels his own energy, the spirit of the Night King. With one effortless flick, he sends the S-rank knight flying backward into the stone. She's absolutely stunned. He didn't just resist her power, he completely reversed it. Arthur doesn't stop there. He stalks toward her like a predator. He pins her against the wall, leaning in close with a gaze that could cut steel. Don't cross that line again, he warns, and for a second, she actually blushes. Even the squire is left standing there awkwardly, wondering if he really just saw a rookie put the most terrifying woman in the realm in her place. Days later, the third trial arrives. The heralds announce to the massive crowds that the final phase will take place in the great arena, styled after ancient Rome. Unlike the first rounds, the whole kingdom is here. Nobles, merchants, and commoners are all packed into the stands to watch the bloodbath. Hidden in the crowd is Lady Isabella, wearing a commoner's cloak and still flustered from their last encounter. She just couldn't stay away. Arthur's father is there too, beaming with pride at the spectacle, while his mother frets over how dangerous these night tests actually are. Don't worry, Auntie, shouts Percy, Arthur's cousin and self-appointed hype man. Arthur's a beast. He'll take 'em all down in one hit easy. Nearby, a scribe named Genevieve is sweating. She's a rookie reporter for the Royal Gazette, and if she doesn't land a massive scoop today, she's fired. She's desperate. She's praying Arthur didn't get disqualified because he's her only shot at keeping her job. But then, she notices something strange. The atmosphere in the arena is suffocating. She realizes that every high-ranking veteran and even the star candidate, Sir Galahad, are all staring at one person. They aren't looking at the goal. They're all targeting Arthur. It's a literal manhunt. Are they really going to gang up on him right at the start? The horns blare, signaling the start of the trial. Watch out for the impact, the host screams as the ground begins to shake with magical energy. A mob of warriors charges Arthur instantly. We have to take him out now, they yell. He's already taken down 2 grandmasters. If we don't team up, we're dead. They unleash a flurry of attacks, but Arthur just vanishes into the fray. A second later, boom, a series of lightning-fast punches connects. A massive explosion rocks the arena floor. Dust settles, and dozens of knights are left unconscious in the dirt. Arthur, he hasn't even broken a sweat. Meanwhile, a rookie scribe named Gwen was freaking out. She worked for the Royal Gazette and was about 5 minutes away from being fired if she didn't get a scoop. Her boss had trashed her last interview because it was with some low-rent mage. She was desperate for something, anything, to save her career. She was terrified that the protagonist had been kicked out of the trials. which would mean her final chance at a headline was dead in the water. With tears stinging her eyes, she knew her job was on the line. But then, she noticed a young man in the stands lean over to a woman nearby. He asked if the atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Hearing that, Gwen looked up and finally noticed what was happening. The VIP section was packed. Every high-ranking veteran knight was there, including Sir Galahad himself, the most anticipated A-rank candidate in the entire realm. Every knight in the arena is staring at Arthur. A girl nearby watches them, wondering if they're all about to dogpile the protagonist together. They're desperate to know just how much power he's hiding. Then, the herald screams, the third round of the grand trial has begun. The audience is told to brace for the shockwaves. Total chaos is about to erupt as the host gives the signal. The group starts chanting their enchantments, charging toward Arthur with everything they've got. They know they have to end him now. Rumor has it he's already crushed 2 high paladins since round 1. If they don't eliminate him immediately, he'll sweep the floor with all of them. Suddenly, Arthur is just there, in the middle of their spells, moving faster than the eye can see. 1 punch each. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the arena and a dozen knights fall unconscious, just like that. Arthur watches the chaos in total silence. Then, boom! A stray spell catches him off guard. Startled, the boy asks exactly what that was. An unknown knight scoffs. Sure, Arthur might have taken down 2 exemplars, but letting his guard down now was a fatal mistake. He thinks he's won the trial, but within seconds, Arthur absolutely levels Leopold, just like that. The impact is massive, the damage is real, but Arthur's cold. He stares them down, asking who's next. The whole mob charges. They think they can wear him down if they just keep swinging. But then, Arthur points a finger and summons the Wraith King. A blinding flash of light erupts. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying titan materializes right above our boy. The monster just watches. That's enough. People start collapsing in pure terror as the other groups realize just how desperate this is. The crowd in the stands is dead silent. One noble whispers that Arthur shouldn't have unleashed that kind of power in the arena. Look at the center of the field. The camera pans up, and yeah, it's just bodies everywhere. Arthur feels the weight lift. It's over. Finally. But wait, there's one more thing left to do. That's when a blue-haired girl steps out. It's Lady Alara. She's battered from Arthur's earlier attacks, but she's not done. Arthur asks her, "What's the plan, Alara?" He tells her it doesn't matter to him if she quits now. She could still choose to restart the first round later. No shame in it. But Alara isn't quitting. She channels her ice magic, freezing the entire arena into a massive, shimmering sphere. Arthur's trapped inside. Alara tells him he should be worrying about himself. Because this time, she says, history isn't repeating itself. Arthur just gives her that cold, soul-piercing stare. Are you really sure about that? Time passes, the dust settles, and Alara is down, out cold. Arthur admits he saw it coming. Even so, she was his toughest fight yet. Then, the announcer shouts it out. The trials are over. Arthur is the #1 qualifier in the kingdom. Cut to later. The Archduke himself is handing out the rewards. He congratulates Arthur on officially becoming an exemplar knight. Honestly, the Duke is stunned. He didn't think one kid could solo the entire 3rd round like that. Arthur just shrugs it off. All luck, he says. The Duke stays silent for a second, then drops the big question. Join the Royal Order of 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. Arthur's genuinely shocked. The Duke doesn't blink. He asks again, "What do you want, kid?" Arthur takes a second. Life has changed fast, from a sleeper nobody to the top-ranked exemplar in the land. He's getting scouted by the Archduke himself and the strongest order in 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅, the greatest guild in the realm. The more he learns about this world, the less he can predict what's coming next. It's a wild ride. But he's got a goal. So, he turns them down. He thinks working solo is better than being tied to the 4 great noble houses. He apologizes for not being useful to the Duke. The man is floored. Then, he just starts laughing his head off. He never thought Arthur would choose solitude over the most powerful guilds in the world. That is some serious confidence right there. So the Duke pivots. Since the order isn't for him, how about the Grand Continental Games instead? Flash forward. Arthur's deep in a dungeon, surrounded by monster corpses. Easy work. Another vault cleared. He's relieved, but he can't stop thinking about those Continental Games the Duke mentioned. It's a massive festival where every kingdom sends 5 champions to hunt and compete. High-stakes stuff. To get picked, you need a legendary track record. The Duke's voice echoes in his head. At your pace, this is the perfect path. Arthur knows talk is cheap. He's a fresh knight. Building a career that takes others years, that's a tall order. He needs to hit the deadliest vaults. He's cleared everything in the kingdom this month, but he's still not where he needs to be. It's dangerous, extremely, but he doesn't have a choice. He has to go to that place. Suddenly, we're in a posh mansion. A glass slips, falling in slow motion. And there, a man is literally being strangled. The victim begs the Archduke to calm down, but the Duke is livid. The heir of House Darcy is still in the hospital. And the guy who did it, he's walking free. The Duke screams, "How am I supposed to be calm right now?" See, Arthur needs a level of glory that takes most lords years to build. He's got to hunt in the deadliest labyrinths. But even after clearing every gate in the kingdom this past month, his reputation and power haven't grown the way he hoped. It's incredibly dangerous. Suicide, really. But he has no choice but to head for that specific place. The scene shifts to a royal mansion. A wine glass falls in slow motion, shattering against the floor. A man is being strangled, begging the High Duke to calm down. But the Duke is absolutely possessed by rage. Lady Beatrice is still suffering in the healer's ward, and the culprit, he's still walking free. He screams. How is he supposed to stay calm while the man who ruined his family is out there laughing? Suddenly, the man hits the floor, out cold. Right then, a girl rushes in with urgent news. A visitor from the Dark Syndicate has arrived. The nobleman fuming in the chair can't believe it. He's poured a fortune into their coffers, and they still haven't dealt with our hero, Silas. He vows to finish the job himself, but the words die in his throat when a soul-crushing aura slams against the door. A stranger steps in, offering a cold apology for his son's outburst, but he's not there for pleasantries. He looks at Lady Tessa and asks if she's really going to waste her time on some brat. Meet Lord Vane, the vice master of the syndicate, better known as the Shadow. Meanwhile, far across the kingdom, a magical rift shimmers. Someone's coming through. As he steps onto the cobblestones, a young page named Thomas rushes up, eyes wide. "Master Silas, the high alchemists are ready for the royal auction." Thomas is practically shaking. He even begs for a signature because Silas's performance at the third trial. Absolute legendary status. This place isn't just any market. It's the grand citadel of Westminster, the wealthiest auction district in all the lands, where the relics are priceless and the magic is top tier. They even have spells that translate every language instantly. But the real kicker here is the security. The Silver Haven district is a fortress. The teleportation circles shift every hour, making it impossible to breach without a royal seal. No security breach in 50 years. Our boy Silas looks around, thinking the impenetrable reputation seems legit, but he knows the truth. Today is the day. A catastrophic siege by a legendary 𝒊𝒅 rogue is about to turn this place into a graveyard. Inside, the announcer's voice booms, the moment everyone's been waiting for. The prize, the elixir of kings. 1 sip and your vitality surges by 20 points. Up in the rafters, Silas is just biding his time, waiting for the slaughter to begin. Slaying a monster-tier villain would earn him massive favor with the crown, but he's low on intel. All he knows from his past life is that Silver Haven was butchered by a lunatic named Alistair. He needs to know who stopped the madman the first time around. Suddenly, Captain Cedric of the Palace Guard appears. Silas plays it cool, asking who's running the show today. "Just curious," he says, but the trumpets interrupt him. The announcer reveals that several elite lords are in the building, and they're heading right for Silas. A man stops in his tracks. So, you're the commoner they call 𝒊𝒍𝒍. Cedric whispers a warning. That's Lord Kaito from the Eastern Isles, the chief of defense, and he's bad news. They call him the Hollow Knight because he'll betray anyone for the right price. Kaito sneers, noting he never expected to meet the Britannian prodigy in a place like this. 𝒊𝒍𝒍 notices something weird. Kaito is offering his left hand. 𝒊𝒍𝒍 takes it and boom. It's like a lightning strike through his veins. Pure, jagged magic. Kaito's surprised the boy didn't collapse. Not bad for a rookie, he mocks. But then the horror starts. People in the crowd just start falling over, unconscious. 𝒊𝒍𝒍 grits his teeth, knowing if a fight breaks out here, the civilians are toast. Kaito just laughs it off, saying he might have been too rough on the new kid, before leaning in close. Listen, boy, not all elites are equal. Stay in your lane and enjoy the auction. He stalks off, leaving 𝒊𝒍𝒍 in the silence. This is getting way more complicated than he thought. Elsewhere, in the bowels of the citadel, a group of cloaked figures sprints toward the control rooms. Who the hell are they? A guard yells. An old veteran just scoffs. It doesn't matter how they got in. If they're in the portal room, they're dead men. He figures one master swordsman can wipe them out easy, but time is a cruel mistress. Suddenly, a monster erupts from the dark, shredding the guards like paper. The veteran knight is broken, bleeding on the floor, while a mysterious figure watches the carnage with a chilling smile. Arthur stays silent, realizing this situation is way more twisted than he expected. Things are getting complicated. Cut to another stronghold. A mysterious group is infiltrating the main tower. The guards are shocked. How did they get past the wards? An elder knight scoffs. It doesn't matter how. There's only one portal control room, and since they've reached it, they're dead meat. He tells his men to stand back. An elite knight commander like him can handle these intruders with one hand tied behind his back. Time passes. The scene shifts to a monster absolutely pulverizing the defenders. It's a total bloodbath. The elder knight is broken on the floor. A mysterious man stands over him, radiating pure, menacing energy. More warriors arrive on the scene, and one man mutters about the total disaster at the auction house. He mentions that the Grandmaster Knight from 𝒊𝒍𝒍 is currently on site. He asks for orders on how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Lord 𝒌𝒊𝒅 is watching from the shadows. He wonders if this knight actually thinks he can do whatever he wants while 𝒌𝒊𝒅 is around. In his eyes, no one is getting away. Everyone is destined for his version of divine judgment. Then, the scene shifts. Suddenly, boom, the entire estate erupts in a massive explosion. The auction hall inside is instantly swallowed by a roaring inferno. It turns out our hero, Arthur, is right in the thick of it. The blast caught him dead center. Within seconds, the whole block is an absolute death trap of fire and smoke. A guard captain rushes over, frantic. He screams at Arthur, telling him they need to evacuate immediately. Arthur's head is spinning. This doesn't make any sense. He knew a raid was coming, sure, but total demolition. He never saw that coming. He starts questioning how these villains even got inside to plant those charges. But there's no time for a mystery. He pushes those thoughts aside because something much more important is happening right in front of him. A mercenary has a crossbow leveled at a group of terrified hostages. He's screaming that anyone who resists is getting a bolt through the skull. Big mistake. In a literal heartbeat, Arthur shuts him down. The man is floored before he can even pull the trigger. The guard captain is just standing there, completely stunned. Arthur barks out orders, get word to the High Council and call for reinforcements. Why? Because Arthur is going solo to hunt down the monster responsible for this massacre. The scene jumps back to the vault. A knight is trying to hold the line, telling the looters that these relics aren't for common thieves. Then, a masked leader gives the order to slaughter everyone. A brutal bloodbath follows, leaving several guards dead. With the path clear, the leader finally pries open a heavy iron chest. Bingo, he found it. The prize from the auction, the legendary Phoenix elixir. Now he finally gets why 𝒌𝒊𝒅 was willing to burn the city down for this one vial. The sheer magical pressure coming off this thing is unreal. He can feel the raw power pulsing through the glass just by looking at it. He's actually considering drinking it himself right then and there. But then, another explosion. One of his soldiers is sent flying across the room like a rag doll. The leader is completely blindsided. What the hell is happening? A scout shouts that an enemy is close. Another one squinted through the smoke. That face looks familiar. Too late. Before he can finish the sentence, he's wiped out. The other 2 guards in front of the leader meet the exact same fate. The leader is shaking. He thinks it's some kind of high-level stealth spell. Seconds later, he's hit with a strike that almost breaks him. But he's tough. He holds on long enough to trigger his chain bind ability, and surprisingly, he actually manages to snag Arthur in the links. He starts mocking the boy, calling him an idiot. Did Arthur really think he could just walk around invisible and get away with it? Time to die. Arthur is actually impressed. He didn't think this guy could track a cloaked target. Now he's thinking, this is a skill worth taking for himself. The scene shifts again. The hostages are absolutely paralyzed with fear. It's a nightmare. Hordes of monsters are surrounding them, watching and waiting. This is the heart of the teleportation tower. And looking down at the chaos is 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 himself. He's gloating. Everything is playing out exactly how he envisioned. Soon, the entire kingdom will tremble at the name of his god. The only thing left to secure is that Phoenix elixir. Right on cue, a subordinate rushes in with an update. The team sent to grab the vial ran into a major problem. There's still a loose end to tie up. The soldier hands 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 a communication crystal. On the other side, a voice cuts through the static. Are you 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅? 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒅's eyes narrow. Who is this? The voice on the other end is calm. It's Arthur, and he's got the goods. He tells 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 straight up. I'm the one who took your prize. If you want it back, come and take it from me in person. He calls 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒅 a piece of trash terrorist and cuts the connection, leaving the man fuming. Then, without hesitating, Arthur drinks the elixir. Instant transformation. His physical strength and mana reserves just explode. He remembers hearing this was a unique tier item. Now he knows why. His stats are skyrocketing in the blink of an eye. It's a rush like nothing he's ever felt, even in the deepest dungeons. Besides, by drinking it now, he doesn't have to worry about 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒅's goons ever getting their hands on it. Moments later, a fresh squad arrives at a room littered with fallen warriors. They're looking for their captain. His signal was coming from right here. Did he tuck tail and run? The High Inquisitor just laughs. He tells them they're blind. The man they're looking for is standing right in front of their faces. He looks directly at the empty space and tells Arthur to drop the act and reveal himself. Arthur decloaks, looking a bit annoyed. That's weird. His stealth magic was supposed to be perfect. The Inquisitor asks what a Grandmaster of Arthur's caliber is doing lurking in a place like this. Arthur fires back. Aren't you the head of security? Shouldn't you be out there stopping the terrorists instead of standing here? The Inquisitor just smirks. He admits he's only here for one thing, a very special magical item. Arthur starts laughing. He knew it. This whole thing was a setup. Even with knights everywhere, those hidden explosives stayed undetected. Arthur noted the grim truth. The enemy had already breached the inner sanctum. The East Citadel was a fortress, impossible to enter without royal clearance. Arthur suspected a mole, but the reality, it was way worse. He never expected the head of security himself to be the rat. Sir Alistair just snarled, telling Arthur he should have stayed out of it, before lunging with lethal intent. But Arthur, total pro. He parried that desperate strike like he was swatting a fly, easy work. During the scrap, Alistair demanded Arthur hand over the royal relic. Arthur just smirked. If you're really playing the villain, then try taking it by force. The fight went nuclear. Stones shattered, debris flew everywhere, it was pure chaos. The onlookers were absolutely losing it. One of the guards warned the rest to stay back. This was a clash between 2 Paragon-tier warriors. Trying to interfere was a death wish. Plus, Alistair was known as the Demon Knight for a reason. One tiny slip-up, and you're coming home in a coffin. Arthur realized something mid-fight. Unlike him, relying on raw instinct and sound, 𝒊𝒅 could actually track him through his stealth arts. Even while invisible, Arthur took a brutal, heavy hit. He felt the massive gap in their power, but he wasn't ready to use his forbidden, devouring skill yet. Time for a change in tactics. Arthur triggered an ability that caught every single enemy, lifting them into the sky like a twisted gravity spell. He hauled them up to a dizzying height, then, boom, he slammed them back into the earth with crushing gravitational force. The impact was devastating, leaving the ground cracked and his enemies broken. After the dust settled, Arthur scanned the wreckage for 𝒊𝒅. But the head of security was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a voice drifted from the shadows, mocking his decision. 𝒊𝒅 laughed, saying invisibility is useless against wide-range attacks. "If you wanted to find me," he sneered, "you should have protected your own head first." Right then, 𝒊𝒅 charged out of the dark, his aura glowing with terrifying power as he aimed a finishing blow at Arthur's skull. The impact was massive, a radiant explosion that made it look like Arthur was down for the count. But wait, look closer. As 𝒊𝒅 stood over his target, his face went pale. Magic chains weren't just wrapped around Arthur, they were coiled tight around 𝒊𝒅's sword, too. Arthur looked up, his eyes cold as ice. "In the end," he muttered, "you really are just a fool." That shook 𝒊𝒅 to his core. He realized too late that Arthur's gravity move wasn't a search mission, it was a trap to keep him from escaping. Tightening the chains, Arthur asked him where he thought he was going. He yanked the traitor back, reeling him in for the kill. Arthur landed a punch so powerful it probably rattled 𝒊𝒅's ancestors. Just like that, the demon knight and his men were completely neutralized. Moments later, Arthur stood over the captured knight, demanding to know why a paragon-tier hero would turn into a common criminal for gold. 𝒊𝒅 just spat at him, telling him to shut his mouth. He screamed that he'd be living like a king right now if Arthur hadn't ruined everything. Arthur didn't want to hear it. He cut him off mid-sentence with a brutal, bone-breaking kick straight to the teeth. "Your tongue is way too loose for a petty thief," Arthur remarked as 𝒊𝒅 went flying across the stone floor. Arthur then told him to deliver a warning to his boss, Malachi Thorne. The message: support requests are already hitting every Knights Association in the world. He asked the traitor if he realized what was coming. With an army of reinforcements on the way, both he and Malachi were headed for a total downfall. But 𝒊𝒅, utterly broken and defeated, just started to laugh. It was a chilling, hollow sound that filled the room. He looked Arthur in the eye and mocked him, calling him a rookie who has absolutely no idea what's really happening. For a second, Arthur actually froze. Those words, they hit different. The scene then shifts to a panicked command center. An older man with a white beard comes sprinting in. This is Lord Cedric, the master of the alchemists and leader of one of the 4 great noble houses. He's frantic, asking for an update on the Eastern Wing. It's not just his guild's treasures on the line, the VIPs of the Commonwealth are in that building. If they don't move fast, every noble in the city is going to end up as a terrorist hostage. The situation is spiraling fast. A commander tells Cedric to breathe. He explains they've already put together an elite rescue squad led by the legendary Sir Percival. Cedric snaps back, demanding to know why they haven't left yet. He even offers his own private resources just to get them moving. But the officer shakes his head. It's not about men or gold, it's about access. The terrorists have seized the teleportation wing in the East Tower. Every magic portal is locked down tight, meaning there's no way into the building. But the officer tries to play it cool. He points out they have 2 Paragon-ranked players on site. Arthur Sterling just hit that rank, and the only big threat is Malachi Thorne himself. He figures Arthur can hold the line or even take Malachi down before the portals are reopened. It sounds like a solid plan, right? Wrong. A woman walks into the room, her voice cutting through the optimism like a blade. She tells them that kind of confidence is fine if you're fighting a normal knight, but this is different. This woman is Lady Alina, a world-class warrior, and she knows the truth. Malachi Thorne isn't just another opponent, he's a monster. Suddenly, a woman enters the fray. She laughs at the intruder's confidence, that ego only works on second-rate warriors. This is Lady Gwendolyn, a legend among the Night Orders. Meanwhile, back with our protagonist. The cultist sneers, asking if our boy Julian has ever heard of the demonic pact. But Julian, he has zero clue. This skill is Baron Vayne's absolute trump card. It lets him trade souls for demonic strength, pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. The better the soul, the nastier the demon. Julian, ever the skeptic, just wonders what kind of payment the Baron uses. What else but people? The cultist mocks. Meanwhile, back at the capital, the royal knights were frantically debating Vayne's terrifying reach. Hearing the full extent of the Baron's dark magic, every man in that war room was visibly shaking with fear. Hundreds of innocent souls are trapped in Vayne's clutches. One elder warned that the Baron is a legendary top-tier powerhouse. If he feeds hundreds of lives into that ritual to summon demons, the entire kingdom is looking at a literal apocalypse. Right then, Julian was busy turning the High Warden's face into a punching bag with a brutal beatdown. Even while coughing up blood, the Warden laughs. He says Julian's luck ends here because Baron Vayne is on a whole different level. He mocks our hero. Will Julian kneel and beg while the hostages die, or just die fighting a hopeless battle? Back in the dungeon, Vayne gets word that Sir Cedric and the thief who stole the Empyrean draft have vanished. Vayne assumes they're just hiding, desperately waiting for the Order of Knights to show up and bail them out. To force Julian's hand, the Baron executes 2 prisoners on the spot. "Come out, or I'll kill them all." He declares the festival for the old gods has officially begun. But before he can strike again, total darkness hits the room. His men freak out. The explosions happened ages ago. Why are the lights failing now? Something isn't right. Even in the void, Vayne realizes the truth. In the blink of an eye, the hostages have vanished. Every single one of them. Then, bam, Julian appears right behind the Baron, lashing out with his glowing, magical chains. Direct hit. Julian thinks it's over and celebrates, believing he's finally captured the mastermind. But he's way too early. Suddenly, dozens of flaming vipers erupt from the Baron's hood to launch a counterattack. These fire-breathing snakes cause a massive explosion to shield their master. Julian barely manages to evade the blast. Our boy is disgusted. What kind of madness hides monsters inside their own head? Seriously, it's beyond gross. The surviving prisoners see him. "Sir Julian, are you here to save us?" They're absolutely terrified and begging for help. These monsters appeared from nowhere, and one noble even promises a massive reward if Julian rescues them. Julian's response: he tells them they're just getting in the way and flings them to safety with his chains. Vayne's demonic pets charge Julian with everything they've got. They land a heavy blow, but Julian emerges completely unscathed. He tries to pin the beasts down with his binding magic, but the spell doesn't even slow them down. Even with Julian's insane power, the monsters counterattack instantly, leaving him wide-eyed and shocked. Vayne just laughs, calling him naive. These aren't your average dungeon mobs he's used to fighting. These creatures are born from a soul-bound pact. Vayne has total control over every single beast he creates. His dark power makes them stronger and way more resilient than ordinary monsters. Julian is in for a real fight. The Baron sneers. Beating a warden is one thing, but Julian shouldn't think he can challenge the gods. The hostages watching are convinced Julian is being crushed. They think he's completely overwhelmed by the swarm. One prisoner starts complaining, saying Julian ignored their cries and can't even handle a single demon. But another hostage tells them to shut up and look closer. Look at where the monsters are actually heading. Because of Julian's reckless charge, the monsters aren't even looking at the civilians anymore. Julian is taking all the pressure and hasn't let a single beast get near the prisoners. Not one. Even those people he flung through the air. They were moved to a safe location far from the chaos. With tears streaming down his face, an old man realizes that from the start, Julian's only goal was saving them. They hadn't even realized it. Moved by the truth, every hostage starts crying and cheering for their hero. Julian keeps swinging his chains, holding back the demonic wave with everything he's got. Enough, he snaps, sounding absolutely furious. Everyone shut your mouths and stop bothering me. Total silence. Everyone in the room is absolutely stunned. The hero just told them all to get lost. Julian groans to himself, muttering that the hostages are just getting in his way. He adds that these monsters seem totally endless. It's a never-ending cycle of demons. It's so disgusting I can barely stand it, he grumbles, staring down the next wave of beasts. After hearing Arthur's blunt words, the hostages look absolutely livid, but Lord 𝒊𝒆𝒅 just bursts into a dark, mocking laughter. He sneers, asking if our hero has finally decided to admit defeat, but that's when Arthur calls out for Sir Gawain. Right on cue, Sir Gawain appears to settle this chaos, prompting the cultist leader to demand who he is and how he even got inside. Stepping into the fray, Gawain offers a quick apology to Arthur for the delay, declaring that the real battle is finally about to begin. Just moments earlier, after Arthur crushed the traitors, he warned Gawain that the royal escort squad was actually working for the cultists. Gawain was stunned, asking if all of this madness had really gone down while he was securing the outer perimeter. Arthur brushed it off, his mind on a bigger threat. He explained the portal chamber was likely crawling with abyssal beasts by now. If it were just the monsters, he could handle it, but these creatures aren't the type to just sit around and play nice. More importantly, the hostages would almost certainly be slaughtered in the crossfire, which is why he needed Gawain's unique spatial magic. Gawain hesitated, worried because he couldn't pinpoint the exact coordinates to bypass the association's magical wards. Arthur just gave him that look, assuring him it wasn't an issue. All he needed was one clean opening to wipe the room. Back in the present, Gawain tears open the void, summoning portals that start sucking those monsters right into the abyss. Seeing his army vanish, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 visibly cracks, screaming to know what kind of sorcery is ruining his grand plan. Gawain reflects on how absolutely insane this sounded when he first heard it, yet somehow, Arthur actually made the impossible work. With the monsters gone, Gawain thinks victory is finally within their grasp, since only the cultists are left standing. But Arthur barks his name, telling him his part is over, and he needs to get those hostages out of the blast zone immediately. Gawain looks ready to argue. He wants to stay and fight by his side, but Arthur isn't taking no for an answer. He explains that his opponent is now a Grandmaster rank fighter. From here on out, Arthur won't be able to protect anyone else. As Gawain rushes the survivors to safety, Arthur and 𝒊𝒆𝒅 square up, bracing themselves for a brutal final showdown. The fight kicks off with 𝒊𝒆𝒅 conjuring explosive fire snakes, but Arthur is like lightning, weaving through the blasts with ease. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 starts hurling massive boulders, mocking Arthur and asking if a mere kid really thinks he can stand against a grandmaster. He lands a devastating flame strike, the impact of the fire snake sending Arthur crashing hard into the stone floor. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 stands over him, declaring that it doesn't matter how many beasts he killed or lives he saved if he can't win here. In his eyes, all of Arthur's desperate efforts were just a waste of time if he ends up dead at his feet. As Arthur lies there, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 calls him a filthy heretic and screams that his life is the price for defiling his god's name. He orders his remaining beasts to tear him apart, but just as they lunged, Arthur actually starts laughing. Still pinned down, Arthur asks what all the shouting is about before telling 𝒊𝒆𝒅 that he's the one about to meet his maker. In that split second, Arthur unleashes every ounce of suppressed mana he'd been hiding, and the sheer pressure is absolutely terrifying. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is frozen in pure shock, his mind racing as he wonders if Arthur had been masking this godlike power the whole time. He forces a laugh, admitting Arthur might actually be a worthy sacrifice, but warns that he isn't the only one with a hidden ace. Arthur hears a wet, hacking cough and looks over to see 3 of the villain's own henchmen in a gruesome state. One by one, they start to disintegrate as 𝒊𝒆𝒅 recites an ancient, forbidden ritual, using the very lives of his men as fuel. The air turns cold as a Grandmaster rank skeletal dragon, glowing with a sickly green aura, slowly materializes into reality. Meanwhile, Gavin is fighting off the rest of the thugs to keep the hostages alive, and the cultists are getting desperate. One thug sneers that since these people escaped from the upper floors, there's no harm in just finishing them off right now. But before they can even raise a blade, their lives are snuffed out instantly, sacrificed by their own leader to power his pet dragon. Back at the main fight, Arthur is being pushed to the brink by the massive beast, while 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 gloats from atop its back. He mocks Arthur, shouting that dragons are the apex of strength, and there's no escaping the inevitable. Desperate to survive the onslaught, Arthur hooks a chain to the ceiling, pulling himself toward the upper floor to find some breathing room. But there's no time to think. The monster is already there, tail-whipping him with enough force to shatter stone and send him flying. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is completely manic now, screaming at the top of his lungs for our hero to just die already. Arthur tries to trigger a counterability against the dragon, but the beast is completely unfazed by his magic. Taking advantage of the fail, the dragon breathes a torrent of green flames that incinerates the entire area in a blinding flash. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is genuinely surprised when the smoke clears. Despite that direct hit, Arthur is somehow still hanging on. Clinging to the crumbling walls with his chains, Arthur is a total wreck, battered, bloodied, and staring death in the face. That beast was a nightmare. Sir Alistair couldn't believe he'd barely survived that impact, even after unleashing the absolute limit of his soul-devouring ability. Was this thing really just a Tier 10 threat? Because the sheer, crushing force of its presence felt like something else entirely. But even in this chaos, Alistair noticed something. Despite the monster's overwhelming strength, its physical form was clearly taking a massive toll. Lord 𝒊𝒅 was hitting his breaking point. Alistair could see it. If he could just hold out a few more seconds, he might actually walk away from this alive. Then 𝒊𝒅 starts laughing, a cold, arrogant sound. He calls our hero a filthy heretic and mocks him, claiming he can read Alistair's every thought. Since a direct clash failed, 𝒊𝒅 figured Alistair was just stalling for time. Not a bad plan, honestly, but the villain wasn't having it. 𝒊𝒅 sneers, telling him that petty parlor tricks won't save him. Then, he makes a move that's absolutely cold-blooded. He steers his great drake toward the captured villagers, intending to wipe them out in one single, devastating blast that shatters the stone citadel. Right then, back at the capital, royal mages finally stabilize the Great Waygate to send reinforcements directly to the eastern tower coordinates. A noblewoman hesitates, warning that only the Kingdom of Albion and the Western Isles have established a link, and the portal is incredibly unstable. She thinks even for a legendary knight, jumping into that swirling vortex right now is basically a suicide mission. But the Grand Knight isn't hearing it. "Nonsense!" he roars, demanding she realize just how much danger young Alistair is facing at this very second. The woman is stunned into silence. The knight declares they're hitting the eastern point immediately to crush those cultists and bring their people home. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, a miracle. The villagers caught in the dragon's path are still breathing, and there's Alistair, standing right in front of them. He's battered, bruised, but he's shielding them with everything he's got. 𝒊𝒅 just laughs, saying he knew the hero would choose to protect the weak. "Fine then," 𝒊𝒅 sneers, "burn to ash along with them." He's ready to end it all right here. Seeing Alistair in such a desperate spot, one of the villagers begs him to run. What's the point if the knight dies trying to save them? Alistair knows he's right. In a fair fight, he's toast. His only shot is pushing 𝒊𝒅 past his limit, but he just can't bring himself to abandon these people. He's racking his brain, searching for any way to save every single soul in that room. He's desperate. He's at the end of his rope. Then, out of nowhere, a voice echoes through the chaos. "I can't bear to watch this pathetic display any longer." Alistair spins around, eyes wide in shock. But there's nobody there, just his fallen comrade, motionless on the blood-stained floor. Suddenly, something insane happens. His knight's crest begins to glow with a strange, dark light as his protection rank begins to shift on its own. His power level spikes to tier 9, then surges past every known limit. His body starts to buckle under the raw pressure of his soul-devouring power. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is terrified. He has no idea what's happening. Every single one of his abilities is skyrocketing, and his devouring skill, which was tier 9, is now a tier 10 beast. The energy exploding out of him is pure darkness. The entire atmosphere turns heavy and ominous, making even 𝒊𝒆𝒅 pause and wonder what the hell is going on. It's chaos. The system warns him that soul devouring cannot be deactivated. He's screaming in agony, wondering if his own power has finally spiraled out of control. He thinks back to that mysterious voice. Did the High Sovereign grant him this power? But his body is literally disintegrating before his eyes. This is ridiculous. After everything he's sacrificed to get here, he's going to die like this. A meaningless, painful death. He refuses. No matter the cost, he won't go out this way, but his strength fails him. He collapses to the dirt, unable to even lift a finger. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 watches, assuming the boy simply couldn't handle his own power and burnt himself out. But then, boom. A devastating, mountain-crushing energy starts pouring out of the boy's body. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is shaken. He's never seen anything like this. The craziest part, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is clearly unconscious, but his power, it isn't stopping, it's growing, faster and darker than before. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is livid. How dare a filthy unbeliever defy a god? He decides if the boy wants to die a martyr, he'll finish him personally. He charges forward with his great drake, but then, flash, a beam of pure energy tears through the air, and the dragon loses a leg in an instant. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is reeling. He looks up and realizes 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is standing again, but the air around the building is crawling with massive, furious shadow monsters. 𝒊𝒆𝒅, or whatever is inhabiting his body now, actually laughs. He remembers 𝒊𝒆𝒅 calling himself a god, and it's the scariest sound you've ever heard. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is trembling now. What are you? He stammers, because the boy standing there, that isn't 𝒊𝒆𝒅 anymore. The young man looks him dead in the eye and tells him not to worry about it. Why? Because 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is already dead. Then he unleashes his new ability, striking the great drake with a blow that shakes the very foundations of the earth. Deep inside his own mind, the real 𝒊𝒆𝒅 finds himself drifting in a void. He's bound by heavy, glowing chains. Is this some kind of paralysis spell? He can't move a muscle, and that's when it happens. A massive, demonic entity towers over the boy, its presence filling the darkness with pure, unadulterated dread. Arthur tells the old man not to worry about his failure, mostly because he's already a dead man. Brutal. He activates a new ability, striking the great dragon Nero right in the heart. Suddenly, Arthur is pulled into his own mind. He's bound by massive spectral chains, stone skin, paralysis, he can't move. Then a demonic entity appears above him. Agony, pure pain. Arthur gasps, his body trembling as he realizes the terrifying scale of those dark abilities. The shadow wraith just laughs, a cold, mocking sound that echoes in the air. That power never belonged to you, it sneers, mocking his struggle. You've consumed what isn't yours, and now you pay the price. The creature lunges forward, ready to finish him. Suddenly, thud, Arthur falls right out of bed, gasping for air. He looks around, heart hammering. Was it just a dream, a nightmare? He stares at his trembling hands. Strange, no wounds. Even his right arm, which had completely collapsed under the strain of that dark consumption, looks perfectly fine, like the damage never happened. A moment later, Sir 𝒊𝒆𝒅 enters with lunch. He explains that the Royal Order and the Grand Mages have prepared this manor for Arthur as a reward for surviving the terrorist attack. He drops some heavy news. The traitor, Lord Sterling, has finally been arrested. Despite the sheer scale of the terror, an incredible number of people survived the chaos. Arthur's relatives even stopped by while he was out cold. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 mentions that the medical reports are baffling. Physically, there isn't a single thing wrong with the boy. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 only stayed behind because he's still deeply concerned about the missing excavators. Arthur remains silent, his mind racing back to the heat of the fight. He remembers it clearly. He blacked out while clashing with that gilded beast. He looks at 𝑩𝒍𝒍 and asks the one thing he needs to know. What happened after Malphaz fell? Flashback time. A survivor asks what that dark entity did to Arthur. Suddenly, Arthur triggers his ability, and the man begins coughing up blood in agony. The wraith just smiles, whispering that it'll retreat for now, before Arthur collapses into total darkness. Later, 𝑩𝒍𝒍 and his men finally storm the scene. They find survivors, but the situation is weird. A woman claims everyone just lost consciousness, but miraculously, no one has any life-threatening injuries. However, there's a problem. Both the excavators and the gilded beast have vanished. While holding the unconscious Arthur, 𝑩𝒍𝒍 wonders what kind of madness truly occurred there. Back in the present, 𝑩𝒍𝒍 explains that the survivors only remember Arthur trying to stop the gilded beast. The rest, it's like their memories were scrubbed or interfered with. He's convinced it was the work of those excavators. Standing up to leave, 𝑩𝒍𝒍 tells Arthur to take care of himself and promises to reach out if more intel surfaces. Alone now, Arthur stares at his arm. It regenerated perfectly. Was the gilded beast affected by his consumption too? Did he accidentally drain its very essence? Suddenly, 𝑩𝒍𝒍 pops back in. "You've got another visitor." In walks Lady 𝑩𝒍𝒍, clutching a basket of fruit like she's on a mission. She drops the fruit right on his meal, acting all frantic. She heard he was injured saving people during the attack and wanted to see if he was actually okay. But when she thinks about him facing high-rank opponents, she gets irritated, even crushing an apple in her hand. "You should be more arrogant, Arthur. You saved them." Arthur just looks at her, confused. "What are you even doing here?" 𝑩𝒍𝒍 gets nervous, stuttering that she's just visiting a sick person. But then her eyes widen. She senses a massive, incredible aura radiating from him. Before she can say anything, there's a knock at the door. Who now? It's Lady Cassandra. 𝑩𝒍𝒍 snaps immediately, asking what she's doing there and how she knew the house password. Cassandra just shrugs. The royal order gave it to her. Without a word, Cassandra reaches out and grabs Arthur. 𝑩𝒍𝒍 loses it. "That's a crime. He's still a minor." Arthur pulls himself free, asking what she wants. Cassandra claims she's just visiting a sick friend and brought a gift. Then she drops the real talk. "Are you aiming for the Continental tourney?" Even with his achievements in the Eastmark, he's still only 30th in public merit. He needs a massive score to hit the top 5 and qualify. Her gift is the location of a secret twin sanctum. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a mysterious man asks about the gilded beast. His subordinate has no clue where it is. "Should we tell the boss?" the subordinate asks. The man just shakes his head. It doesn't matter, they got what they wanted. The beast was just a hired gun. Somewhere else, a massive warship corners a small boat, demanding an immediate surrender. But in a flash, the entire warship is sent to the bottom of the ocean. The mysterious man responsible just smiles. Arthur? He's definitely piqued his interest. Back at the Nightstrider Alliance headquarters, the hype is through the roof. Everyone is buzzing about Arthur participating in the raid. The higher-ups note that even if he's invited, the loot and the team composition are still under their control. Arthur is stunned when he realizes what the gift actually is. It's the Hearth of Embers, the entrance to the blazing abyss, the kingdom's second twin sanctum. In the timeline before his regression, this place was a nightmare. The Nightstrider Guild managed to clear it, but they were almost completely wiped out. The risk is insane, but the growth and merit points are guaranteed. Arthur thinks that with the right support, a raid like this shouldn't be a suicide mission. Approximately 300 elite members are assigned to the gate, but when it's time to move, only Arthur and Cassandra are standing there. Arthur blinks. "Wait, just us." Cassandra just gives him a playful look. "This isn't a mission, Arthur, it's a date." And just like that, they step into the portal. A ship is ordered to surrender, but it's instantly sunk by a mysterious figure. He watches Arthur finding him. Intriguing. Over at the headquarters of the Shadow Knights, the air is electric. Everyone is buzzing because Arthur is finally joining the raid. The leaders aren't worried. Even if he has raid rights, they're the ones deciding the loot and the team, or so they think. Arthur realizes his secret gift was the key to the Ember Sanctum. This place, it's a legend. It's the gateway to the scorching abyss, the realm's second dual labyrinth, discovered long before the Great Reset. In the original timeline, the Order of the Night succeeded, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. They were almost completely wiped out. The risk of death is massive, but the growth and fame, they're guaranteed. Arthur knows what's on the line. Still, Arthur thinks that with all that support, a raid like that shouldn't have ended in such a disaster. 300 elite soldiers were assigned to this mission, but when it's time to go, it's just Arthur and Lady Alara. Arthur is confused. Why is it just us? Alara just gives him a look and says it is a date. Just look at that, a massive smoking crater right in their path. Alina whispers that the air here feels heavy, totally different from any ordinary abyssal rift. She turns to Alistair, asking if these twin voids are always this creepy. Our hero just shakes his head, looking tense. He tells her the cataclysmic gate he barely survived looked exactly like this. His advice, watch your step, because traps and beasts are definitely lurking. And just like that, boom, a massive tentacle whips out from the pit, dragging Alina straight into the dark. Alistair doesn't hesitate, he dives right in after her. He knew this world was full of nasty surprises, but when he hits the bottom, he's stunned. Alina has already shredded the monster that grabbed her. But they aren't alone. More beasts are crawling out of the shadows, but Alina, she doesn't even flinch. She just charges straight into the chaos. It's a total bloodbath. She's tearing through them with such raw, magical power that Alistair can only stand there, absolutely impressed. She's taking down high-tier monsters with single, devastating blows. Alistair honestly didn't expect her to be this much of a powerhouse. He realizes he needs to step up his game, too. Once the dust settles, Alina lets out a long sigh of relief. They actually did it. Alistair notes that those monsters were high level, for sure, but they were nothing compared to Lady Alina's sheer combat skill. Without a word, she hands him the signet ring of the High Knights. She tells him straight up, her noble house stands to gain from this too. She even offers him a stash of legendary gear if he joins her order. Alistair just smirks, asking why she didn't give him the ring before the fight started. But the jokes stop there. They've reached the inner sanctum, the very heart of the rift. One wrong move now, game over. Standing right in front of them is a giant, pulsating egg. Alistair is certain. The Rift Lord is waiting inside that thing, just biding its time. He suggests they play it smart and gather some intel first. But Alina, no patience. She rushes forward and smashes the egg wide open. After the massive explosion clears, Alistair shouts to see if she's okay. Alina turns around with this chilling, sinister look, but then she just smiles. She says she's fine, though she's surprised. Based on its aura, she thought it was a grand-tier beast, but it shattered with just one hit. Suddenly, a blinding glow erupts from the wreckage. A voice echoes through the cavern, mocking them for being such interesting guests. Then, out of the fire, it appears, a phoenix. A legendary creature with regeneration so insane, you'd think it was an actual immortal god. Alistair's heart sinks. A phoenix. As a Rift Lord, this is bad, really bad. He screams at Alina to stay back, warning her that this thing can literally hijack your mind. But it's already too late. Alina turns on him, her eyes blank. She's under the beast's control. Alistair barely dodges her strike, forced to fight his own ally. He taps into his forbidden demonic powers to parry her, desperate. He's yelling at her, begging her to snap out of the trance. She retaliates by hurling a massive sphere of energy at him. High above, the phoenix just laughs, amused by how pathetic humans are. Suddenly, magical chains lash out, binding Alina tight. That's when Alistair realizes the truth. This is the monster that wiped out the Midnight Ravens. He knows what he has to do. He delivers a precise physical strike to her temple, hoping the shock will break the phoenix's hold. Alina collapses, unconscious. Alistair just hopes she wakes up with her mind intact, but right now, his only focus is killing that bird. The creature just chuckles, asking if he enjoyed its little game. Alistair, he's absolutely livid now. He growls that he's sending it back to the afterlife. He quickly straps a leaner to his back and prepares to make a run for it. The phoenix blocks their path, mocking his escape attempt. 𝒊𝒆💅 flings a dagger with everything he's got, but it's useless. The blade passes right through it like mist. The beast just sneers. How can you cut something that is made of pure, living fire? It tells him a mere human stands zero chance. Then, it starts bringing the entire cavern down on their heads in a rain of fire. 𝒊𝒆💅 realizes this isn't just a phoenix. Its healing factor is on a whole different level, and something is very wrong here. Then it happens, the bird starts growing. Gigantification. This thing is a total freak of nature, a nightmare beyond any rank. It's an ancient phoenix, a mutant organism with power that defies the laws of the world. In the order, they call these the Great Ones. 𝒊𝒆💅 knows he's outmatched, unless he uses his most dangerous ability, predation, but that comes with a heavy price. If he uses it, he might lose himself again, just like the last time. He needs to save it for one final, decisive strike. But looking at this monster, he knows he won't last 5 minutes without that forbidden power. It's a suicide mission either way. Just then, a leaner stirs on his back. She wakes up dazed, asking what the hell is going on. 𝒊𝒆💅 just tells her to shut up and hold on. They start bickering right there in the middle of the fight, but a leaner promises one thing: she won't let that bird inside her head again. The phoenix screams in rage, offended that these two are arguing while it's literally trying to incinerate them. How dare they? 𝒊𝒆💅 shatters her chains, freeing her so they can fight as a team. He gives her one last warning: do not let it control you. A leaner actually thanks him for the concern, which is a first. The phoenix is just irritated now, convinced they're both dead meat. 𝒊𝒆💅 takes the lead, and suddenly their combined strength begins to surge. A leaner smirks, saying it's finally time to end this. She unleashes her ultimate hidden ability, and the strike actually wounds the phoenix. 𝒊𝒆💅 stands there, completely floored by her power. Lady Alara finally tapped into her Valkyrie spirit. It's a risky move, basically going berserk and forcing her ether into reverse. Most knights wouldn't touch this technique. Why? Because it literally tears your body apart from the inside. Permanent damage. But she's different. She holds that chaos back for just a moment, hurls her spear, and pierces the solar drake before its wounds can close. Then Arthur makes his move. He lunges forward, landing a brutal punch and a follow-up kick that rattles the beast's bones. Down goes the drake, but the cost was high. Alara collapses, her body completely spent from the strain. The monster sees its chance. It sneers, ready to end her, but then, clink. Those magic chains snap back into place, pinning it down. Arthur can't believe it. She actually used a suicidal power just to crush the beast's healing factor. Pure madness. He scoops Alara up. "Sorry, Lady Alara," he mutters, "but I'm taking the final glory." Talk about wounding her pride. Outside the portal, the crowds are panicking. It's been way too long. In the kingdom, everyone knows the score. Their knight commander is legendary for being reckless. Every time she fights, people hold their breath. Suddenly, the gate ripples. Arthur walks out, Alara in his arms, announcing the citadel of Cinder has officially fallen. But the gossip mill, that moves faster than a dragon. Rumors fly that Arthur and Alara are a couple. She's mortified. "What is this nonsense?" she fumes. "This was a top-secret, royal-grade mission. How did the news even get out?" One of her men starts sweating. "Well, I might have mentioned it to a few close friends. Yeah, that'll do it." Alara gives them this terrifying, sweet smile. "I hope you're ready," she whispers, "because we're all going down together." Her superior walks in a moment later, hearing she used her forbidden skill. Too late, she'd already trashed the room and the snitches. Later, during a quiet walk, Alara admits she's trained like hell to control that berserk state. 60 seconds. She can handle that. Her boss asks about Arthur's true potential. Alara just shakes her head. After she passed out, he took on the Drake alone. That tells you everything you need to know. Now, he's already making his way toward the deepest part of the void wastes. The man is stunned. That kind of growth is unheard of. 𝒂💐 notes that most warriors hit a wall and get comfortable. They reach a certain level, feel satisfied, and stop pushing. But not Arthur, he's different. He'll use every dirty trick and every ounce of power to go further. What's driving him? She wonders. Why so desperate? Her boss thinks it's simple. He loves this kingdom. With monsters everywhere, he wants to build a future of peace and prosperity. 𝒂💐 just sighs. Prosperity, in this world. To her, that sounds like a fairy tale that just can't happen. Meanwhile, deep in the hollow abyss, the atmosphere shifts. Two figures sit on thrones of bone, surrounded by a sea of corpses. The one on the throne, the Archduke of the Void, declares they are now soul-bound. A dark, twisted connection. The person kneeling thanks their new master. With this power, they'll finally be the strongest of all. A new threat arises. Back to our hero. Arthur steps through the abyssal gate. It's his first time back since he regressed to the past. A man approaches, Baron Paul Becker, a manager for the Global Order of Paladins. He's the guy in charge of this sector. First time in the abyss, I see, Paul says, checking his scrolls. Arthur just nods. Let him think that. Paul starts his sales pitch. You'll need guides, son, or at least some mercenaries. The abyss doesn't play nice. He explains the order has set up safety zones, camps for knights to rest between the monster-infested districts. The depths are crawling with ambushes, Paul warns. You really shouldn't go alone, Arthur's response. I'll be fine. Right on cue, a massive sandworm erupts from the dirt right behind him. Here we go. Arthur doesn't even blink. One flash of steel and the worm is gone. Just a stroll, Paul, he says. Nothing to worry about. He takes a breath, relieved no one saw his true speed. After the Drake fight, his ether hit 200, the magic number. That was the requirement to activate his infernal pact. But something's changed. The ability has evolved. Instead of just taming beasts, he can now tear open portals. He wonders if this is his devouring heart skill at work. Honestly, portals are better than a bunch of minions, he thinks. He grabs an amplifying stone to boost his output. He crushes the stone. The infernal pact flares to life, and a shimmering gate begins to form in the air. Arthur steps through and finds himself staring at a colossal, dark castle. It's massive, intimidating. He frowns. Even in his past life, he'd never heard of this place. Where the hell am I? He mutters. Boom, 3 demons strike from the shadows, causing a massive explosion. But when the smoke clears, Arthur is still standing. The demons eye his dagger. They can feel the danger radiating off it. Arthur recognizes them instantly, seductresses. These vile sirens don't just fight. They mess with your mind, using illusions and brainwashing. Arthur doesn't wait. He charges. They step through the portal and demons immediately lunge for their throats. But Arthur, he's dodging them like it's a walk in the park. Taming this night won't be easy. One Night Strider tries her dark charms, but Sir Julian, he doesn't even flinch. No man resists me, she purrs. But then, crack, Julian grabs the creature and slams her skull into the stone. Total silence. The other demons are frozen. Julian points a cold finger and commands them all, kneel before me. Their bodies betray them, forcing their heads down. One gasps, How? How could a mere human break my mind control? Julian's answer, being into monsters is just sick. No mercy. He demands they sign a blood-bound contract immediately. To bind a beast, you either give them their heart's desire, or you break their spirit through pure force. Julian thinks he's building a small army, but wait. He suddenly realizes the contract's true, dark purpose. This is different. The truth hits him like a truck. He's stunned. But then a swarm of Night Striders appears from the shadows. You'll be a perfect gift for Queen 𝒂💐, they hiss. Inside, the castle is a nightmare, bodies hanging from jagged, thorny vines. A maid notifies the queen. A human has breached the gates. She just laughs. Finally, some real, bloody entertainment. Boom, an explosion rocks the hall. Night Striders are hunting Julian, cutting him off, and they're not playing around. They tried to charm him, a classic trap. But our hero, not having it. Alaric triggers his hidden power, shattering their spell like glass and shutting them down instantly. Scanning the wreckage, Alaric realizes the truth. These shadow beasts aren't the main objective. If they aren't the ones he is contracted to find, there is only one logical conclusion. A puppet master is pulling the strings, a queen. Suddenly, a maid appears out of nowhere, blocking his path with a chilling question about his presence. "Are you the intruder?" she asks. But instead of attacking, she tells him to go inside because the queen is actually expecting him. Moments later, Alaric steps into the throne room. The atmosphere shifts. From the shadows, the queen welcomes him to her sanctuary. She reveals her name, Lady Rosamond, the matriarch of the shadow beasts. This is it. The spirit confirms she is the one, the true target of his demonic contract. The chance to finalize the summoning pact is finally right in front of him. "I am Rosamond," she repeats. Alaric freezes, his mind racing. Why? Because monsters aren't supposed to talk, at least not with such perfect clarity. Hearing a beast speak the human tongue is pure insanity. But Rosamond just smiles, telling him there is no need for shock. Her secret: she was once human. She was human once, and that is why she knows his language so well. Watching her every move, Alaric is completely floored by how sophisticated she acts. No growling, no mindless hunger, just pure elegance. It is unnerving. Then, Rosamond drops the big question: why has he come all the way to her dark citadel? She leans in, asking if he is just another noble looking to satisfy his darker lusts. Alaric does not even blink. "Not even close," he replies. Julian reveals his real goal. He wants to force a familiar's bond. Hearing this, the Shadow Queen just loses it, laughing right in his face. She sneers that he will never pull it off. In her eyes, he is just a kid who needs to keep his delusions in check. Without warning, the queen lunges, but Julian, he is ready. "Just as I planned," he mutters under his breath. Boom, he triggers his defense, blocking her strike dead. He realizes if he is going to win this, he has to rely on his own raw strength. She strikes again, but Julian moves like a ghost, dodging every blow and even landing a sharp counterattack. He leaps forward, closing in on the queen for the finish. But then, snap, his magical chains shatter, leaving him completely stunned. The Shadow Queen just chuckles. "That was fun," she purrs. Then, with a simple snap of her fingers, the world goes crazy. Julian feels the ground vanish. He is plummeting into a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. Suddenly, strange buildings appear above him. Julian is panicking. His equipment is useless, and his abilities are not responding at all. Everything has shifted. Looking around, Julian realizes the very sanctuary space he was in has been completely warped. An illusion, he thinks. But here is the scary part: he has no idea when he actually fell into it. Meanwhile, the queen watches with a cold stare. The truth: he has been hypnotized from the very start. He was always in her grasp. Deep in the hallucination, Julian feels like he is drowning in dark water. He knows one thing: he has to get out now. Then the scene flips. Julian looks around, confused. He wonders what this place is as the nightmare shifts again. He turns around and finds himself face to face with his younger self. The little boy is beaming, desperate to manifest his powers. His parents are right there, looking so proud. His mother smiles, telling him that being healthy and happy is all that really matters. Julian watches the memory, his heart aching. It was true. His father and mother were always like that. They did not care about noble ranks or wealth. They never expected him to save their poor family from the slums. All they ever wanted for him was a simple, happy life. Julian smiles for a second, feeling that warmth again. Because in the next heartbeat, everything explodes into flames. The carriage is destroyed, and his family is gone in an instant. All the young boy can do is watch in horrific silence as his past flashes before his eyes. These nightmares have haunted him forever. He thinks he failed to manifest back then because he simply was not strong enough. Arthur was drowning in a sea of misfortune, a relentless tide of tragedy that followed his every step, yet there was a weight even heavier than his own suffering. It was the crushing guilt of his own helplessness. He didn't just fail to save others, He watched as those who reached out to pull him from the dark were dragged down into the abyss right along with him. His parents had prayed for him to find a life of joy, but in a world this cruel, happiness was a luxury that only the powerful could afford, and he was anything but. Back in the present, the air turns cold as the system screams a warning. Hypnosis detected. Queen Morgana is making her move, weaving a web of mental control around our hero. He tries to fight back, reaching for that strange, dormant power within him, but damn, the attempt shatters. His mental defenses are blown wide open. His stats start tanking instantly. His chain abilities, locked. Every other skill he relies on, completely sealed off. He's backed into a corner with nothing left, or so she thinks. There is one last card to play, predation. Arthur triggers the skill, and suddenly those agonizing, parasitic memories start to dissolve into nothingness. Morgana's eyes widen in genuine shock. She can't believe it. Even after dragging him through his own personal hell, this boy still has the sheer will to survive. But as she peers deeper, her confusion grows. Something is very wrong here. In these fractured memories, Arthur looks years older than he is right now. Not only that, she's seeing events play out in ways that completely contradict the world they live in. This boy is a walking riddle, a chest full of dangerous secrets. She starts to laugh, fascinated by the puzzle before her, but her amusement is cut short as a blinding light suddenly erupts, consuming the entire area. A silhouette begins to take shape within the glow, leaving Morgana stunned as the presence of a mysterious figure looms over the battlefield. She assumes it must be the High King himself, but in a heartbeat, the entire illusion shatters like glass. Arthur is suddenly standing right behind her, his voice cold as ice. He tells her that spying on another man's memories is a pretty stressful hobby to have. Then, he gives her an ultimatum. It's time to accept the blood pact. Morgana is reeling. How the hell did he break out of her ultimate illusion? She tries to play it cool, acting like he's still just a foolish boy beneath her. She sneers at him, asking if he really thinks a little toy like that is enough to end her life. Arthur doesn't flinch. Only one way to find out, he counters. Morgana's patience snaps. She's done playing games and lunges forward, deciding to take the pact on her own terms. She seizes Arthur, and in a flash of violence, sinks her fangs deep into his neck, declaring that she accepts the terms of their bond. Ding, the system chimes in. All conditions for the blood pact have been met. The contract is officially sealed between the boy and the succubus queen. The rewards are insane. His skill ranks skyrocket, and a brand new ability, hypnosis, is officially added to his arsenal. The strain is too much, and Arthur passes out cold. Morgana whispers a goodnight to her new master, telling him she's finally made her choice. Time skips forward. Arthur wakes up to a familiar voice calling out to him. It's Sir Percival, looking incredibly relieved that the lad is still breathing. Arthur groans, asking where the hell he is. Percival explains there in the sanctuary. He found Arthur unconscious while out on his morning patrol. Arthur knows better, though. He realizes Rosaria must have carried him here before vanishing. He quickly pulls up his status window to check the damage. There it is, the hypnosis skill. It wasn't a fever dream. The contract is real, and the power surging through him confirms everything. With a queen-level summon at his beck and call, he's basically a one-man army capable of toppling entire nations. But one question still haunts him. Why did she do it? What changed her mind at the very last second? And that parting wish for him to sleep well, she knows about the High King. Before he can dig deeper, Percival interrupts, asking what the plan is. He suggests hiring a seasoned player to act as a guide for the next leg of the journey. Arthur shakes his head and thanks him for the concern. I'm good, he says. My business here is finished. It's time for me to head home and get some rest. The scene shifts to the royal infirmary, where a young noblewoman is finally being discharged, looking like she's ready to take on the world. A man greets her at the gate, asking if she's feeling better. She smirks, claiming she's healthy enough to crack a few skulls if she has to. The man laughs but quickly turns serious. He's got news that's going to change everything. Arthur has returned from the abyssal vault. The woman's jaw drops. She can't believe it. He made it back from the forsaken catacombs, and he did it in record time. That's impossible. But the speed of his return isn't the real problem. The man explains that Arthur ran into that person, the most dangerous man in the capital. We're talking about Lord Kalen, the commander of the Iron Vanguard, one of the 4 legendary orders that rule the kingdom. The scene cuts to the confrontation. Kalen stands there, tall and imposing, staring Arthur down with eyes like flint. He asks if the boy is truly the one they call Arthur. If so, there's only one thing to do: draw your sword and duel. Arthur recognizes him instantly. This is the man known as the kingdom's greatest shield, the strongest tank in all of 𝒖𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. He's a titan of prestige and power, a man who doesn't take no for an answer. And without a second's warning, Kalen charges like a mountain in motion. Just as things are about to get bloody, a woman comes sprinting toward them, screaming for the Lord to stop his madness before they're all banned from the city. She demands he find a way to apologize for this mess. Then, she turns to Arthur and introduces herself as Lady Alina, the Lord's personal secretary. She sighs, admitting her master has a bit of a reputation for his, let's call it, non-humanitarian recruitment style. But they aren't here for a fight. They're here to officially invite Arthur into their ranks. If he says yes, the duel ends right now. Arthur narrows his eyes. So you're trying to force my hand? He asks. Alina doesn't even blink. To be honest, yes, that's exactly what we're doing. She tells him it's actually a sweet deal, knowing he's set to compete in the Grand Continental Games soon. See, her house, one of the 4 high orders, specializes in exploring the abyssal marches, so their backing is huge. They could easily help him rack up enough honor points to cover whatever he's currently missing. Arthur, dead silence. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 scoffs, saying enough with the talk. If Arthur were that easily swayed, he'd have signed up months ago. But here's the twist. Arthur looks him dead in the eye and says, actually, I changed my mind. 𝒊𝒆𝒅's eyes light up. Is he finally joining his squad? But Arthur just gives him this, are you serious? Look. Don't talk nonsense, he says. He's doing things his way. If 𝒊𝒆𝒅 wants him that bad, he'll have to beat him first. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is absolutely loving this. Pure hype. The scene shifts instantly to the buzzing arena grounds. A swarm of nobles and heralds are hounding Arthur. Why? They want to know why he dared duel a legend like 𝒊𝒆𝒅. Arthur doesn't say a word, just thinking about how incredibly annoying all this noise is. Then, a girl appears. Someone he doesn't recognize at first says she needs a word. Arthur grabs her hand, saying it's been ages. He guesses they must have crossed paths during the Imperial Night Trials. She's stunned. So, you do remember me. She's genuinely shocked. Our protagonist actually has a memory for faces. Who would have thought? He lets go, telling her they'll catch up later. Right now, he's got an appointment with 𝒊𝒆𝒅's fist. No time for questions and answers. He gives a quick wave and starts heading up the arena steps. He reaches the top and comes face to face with his rival. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is already there, waiting, looming. Arthur smirks. It's finally time. The herald's voice booms across the stadium, announcing the main event. The rule is simple. First one to touch a knee to the ground loses. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 cracks his knuckles, time to see what the kid's got. Begin. Arthur doesn't waste a second. He taps into his secret reserve, the spirit of 𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. He feels it. With this much raw power, he could probably solo a high dragon. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 shouldn't even be able to react. But 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is a beast. He just laughs it off. Not bad, kid, but you're gonna need more than that. Suddenly, whoosh, he's behind Arthur. A heavy blow lands. Arthur barely manages to roll away in time. No breathing room. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is relentless, coming in hot with a follow-up punch that almost connects. Arthur blocks, but man, the pressure is insane. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 isn't giving him a single moment to catch his breath. A heavy boot catches Arthur right in the face. 𝒊𝒆𝒅's grinning now. You're good at running, kid. Let's work on that. He asks how Arthur plans to win by just playing tag. Arthur spits blood and tells him to bring it. Unless you've got a hidden monster in there, making me kneel won't be easy. Alistair's patience, gone. You talk a lot for a guy getting thrashed, Alistair growls. The crowd is losing their minds. He's winding up his finisher. This is it, his legendary ultimate move. Almost nobody has ever survived this impact standing up. High above, the mysterious girl is watching every move. She's just glad she made it in time to see this. The man beside her is worried. If Arthur loses, he's basically Alistair's servant now. She just nods solemnly. She regrets not stopping this sooner. See, Alistair carries the blessing of the wild, a terrifying magic. It lets him mimic the raw strength of any beast. Against a power like that, Arthur's chances look, well, 0. But she's got a feeling. She's seen Arthur fight before, and she knows he's hiding something just as massive. Back in the ring, Alistair's attack is hurtling toward him. The stadium goes silent, waiting for the crash. Everyone expects Arthur to be pulverized. But then, in a split second, something impossible happens. Alistair is down, just like that. The man who never kneels is suddenly crumpled on the floor. The crowd is in total shock. Then comes the denial. No way, rematch, that didn't count. They're losing it. While they scream, Alistair is staring at the ground, wondering how the hell he just lost. Arthur, though, he's satisfied. That new mental strike ability worked like an absolute charm. Alistair is fuming. He didn't even see the hit coming because it wasn't physical. It was pure mind control. He roars at the crowd to shut their mouths. A loss is a loss, and he's not the type to make excuses. The result stands, he yells. If anyone has a problem with it, come down here and fight me yourselves. In the shadows, another noblewoman watches, intrigued. Watching a legend like Alistair fall, that stung. It's clear now, Arthur isn't just some talented kid. He's got power that shouldn't even exist. Alistair never ceases to amaze her. Right after the duel, 𝑍𝒍 steps forward and calls it a legendary fight. Then he asks, did Alistair plan that victory from the start? Alistair just nods. Given the right conditions, absolutely. Hearing this, 𝑍𝒍 looks clearly annoyed but shakes his hand anyway. A promise is a promise. Gold or a relic. Alistair admits gold is nice, but it's not the prize he's after. 𝑍𝒍 is stunned. He wants the bull's labyrinth. 𝑍𝒍's jaw drops. That is one insane request. Later, at the war table, the nobles are buzzing. They're really talking about the maze. Another knight confirms it's the gateway to an abyssal rift. Traps and illusions everywhere. It's a death trap. Even legendary guilds and high-tier knights have died trying to conquer it. The Order holds the royal raid rights, and they're preparing a secret second attempt. The Duke is baffled. How could Alistair know this? Is the boy even sane? Who isn't stressed? But the abyss is a wild card. We just have to trust the heroes. Honestly, if I were 20 years younger, I'd be right there with him. It's not the dungeon that scares me, it's the players involved. I hope I'm wrong. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in. My lord, forgive the intrusion, but this is urgent. The Continental Hunter Union has made contact. Alistair's friend is shocked. Wasn't this settled? A noblewoman mentions the holy saint herself, just sent an invitation to Alistair. Cut to the great cathedral gate. The countdown begins. Tension is thick enough to cut. Amidst the chaos, Alistair just watches, silent. Then the command rings out, move. They dive into the rift, metal clashing, blood spilling. Alistair is absolutely tearing through monsters. 𝑍𝒍 is impressed. That blade work, unreal. You like the sword I gave you? It'll do, Alistair says. His own legendary weapon was in the shop for repairs anyway. 𝑍𝒍 planned to give it to him regardless. Having Alistair on the team is a massive win. Alistair thanks him but stays focused. You're sure about this raid? The Minotaur's den. 30 years of failure. No one has killed that beast. It's suicide without a real plan. A female knight steps in. Relax. Everyone here is at least an elite B-rank warrior. We're taking it slow. Steady wins the race. No reckless charging here. Plus, our scout is dismantling every trap. We even found a clue a few months back. Alistair realizes it immediately. There's only one thing that clue could actually be. Cedric explains. They found a carcass, a massive beast deep within the void's belly. A giant bull with the exact same ritual marks found in the maze. Only the horn remained. Everything else crumbled to dust. But that horn, it's the key to tracking the source. A bit later, the squad pushes deeper. They're heading straight for the heart of it. Finally, they arrive. The very end of the ancient, twisted labyrinth. A massive stone minotaur statue looms over them. Cedric frowns. Where's the actual boss? It's a puzzle. They need to fix the statue's broken horn to trigger the encounter. The herald brings the relic. 𝒊𝒆𝒅 is watching it all, his mind racing. It's happening. Every single detail is matching his past life perfectly. Watch and wait. Cedric steps up and fits the horn into place. The team cheers, 30 years of waiting. But wait, something is wrong. The air gets cold. The statue starts to shift. In seconds, the stone rots away into a skeletal nightmare. Suddenly, the world spins. They're gone, transported to a completely different realm. 𝒊𝒆𝒅, he's not even surprised. The group panics. What just happened? Where are we? Total chaos in the ranks. Cut to a mysterious man reading. So, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 actually joined the labyrinth raid. We could pull the plug now, he says, but the boy, he refuses to stop. Honestly, this was the perfect trap. 20 high-ranking traitors had managed to slip into 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅's private vanguard. No matter how skilled our hero was, everyone has a breaking point. He wondered how they'd handle these hidden vipers inside the maze. The whole situation was actually pretty amusing to him. The scene then shifts deep into the heart of the sunken citadel. Someone suggests they all introduce themselves to build trust. A young lady steps forward with a polite smile. She calls herself Isabella, claiming to be a seasoned B-rank mercenary. But then, bam, Arthur moves like lightning. He kicks her straight across the room, calling her a traitor. See, Arthur is the youngest first-class knight in history. People were always obsessed with his true nature. Was he a noble hero or a cold-blooded commander of the guard? Some rumors even called him a saint. They say he nearly died saving the people of Eastwatch from a demonic horde. That self-sacrifice was totally unlike him, but there was no denying it. The man was an absolute legend. A young squire watching nearby is completely losing it. He just saw the kingdom's greatest hero assault a defenseless woman. Confused, the boy demands to know what Arthur is doing. Arthur just casually replies that she's a traitor, so don't sweat it. The squire isn't buying it. He draws his flintlock and actually fires at the protagonist. Arthur dodges the lead effortlessly. Arthur tells him it's the cold truth, but the boy refuses to listen. To him, Isabella was a loyal comrade and a friend. They had hunted monsters and explored ruins together for years. There was absolutely zero chance she was a spy. Impossible. He rushes to help her up, begging her to wake up. Big mistake. Isabella punches him right in the gut, snarling. Suddenly, a group of armed assassins ambushes Arthur from behind. But come on, that's not nearly enough to stop him. He dodges them like he's dancing. He realizes there are 3 traitors in this room and decides to end this now. Isabella struggles to her feet, looking terrified. She can't understand how he knew. Not even their closest friends suspected a thing. They had played their roles perfectly for years. How could a total stranger see through their masks so easily? Arthur tells her not to feel bad. It wasn't about her acting. The truth, Arthur has actually lived through this once before. She doesn't care about his riddles and lunges at him. She actually manages to land a strike that Arthur barely avoids. Another traitor joins the fray, charging at our hero. It's a 2-on-1 now, but Arthur is just too fast. He slips through their blades with inches to spare. Then, he invokes a magic chain, instantly binding 2 of them. Isabella is the only one left standing. Arthur watches her closely, perfectly predicting her next desperate move. She's stunned. How is he this strong? Her special ability is usually a death sentence for anyone she touches. Her nails carry a toxin that causes instant vomiting, paralysis, and terrifying hallucinations. It's a nightmare to fight. Even an elite knight should be down by now. She's certain she scratched his face at the start of the brawl. Yet, Arthur is standing there perfectly fine. He actually apologizes for a second before revealing his secret power. He tells her flat out, poison doesn't work on him. The girl looks like she's seen a ghost as his power explodes. The attack connects, and time skips forward. We see that crazy Earl again, watching the aftermath with wide eyes. Arthur is standing over the defeated Isabella. She's broken and bitter, spitting insults at the man who ruined her plan. Arthur just grabs her by the head. He tells her he's done playing games, and it's time for some real fun. He activates his hypnosis magic immediately. Her eyes go blank as he starts digging for the cult's secrets. Under his spell, she spills everything. There are 20 infiltrators total, including several high-ranking knights. Their mission was simple: sabotage the Citadel raid and kill everyone inside. The scene then cuts to a different floor. We see white lilies, stained with fresh crimson blood. Someone just had a very bad day in this hallway. A secretary stands there trembling at the sight. It looks like someone was trying to assassinate that eccentric Earl from earlier. Back with Arthur, he's looking down at the unconscious traitor. Something is bothering him, something about the numbers. Wait, 5 high-ranking villains. He was sure there were only 3 back in his original timeline. This is bad. The future is shifting. Every move he makes is changing the world he remembered. His return has caused a ripple effect. Arthur decides they need to regroup with the main party fast. He signals the squire, and they start moving. The poor boy is still reeling. He can't believe Isabella was a monster in disguise this whole time. He wonders if Arthur is some kind of mind reader. Arthur just notes that the path forward is easier than he thought. The Citadel feels different than the last time he was here, but it's still a maze with its own logic. Somewhere in this darkness, there's a secret passage that connects to the next chamber. He just has to find it. Shadows stretched through the corridor as they pushed deeper into the labyrinth, passing through door after endless door toward the inevitable. In that tense moment, the young squire finally broke the silence, demanding to know why 𝑩𝒍𝒍 had kept the truth hidden. If he had only warned Lord Elric about the traitors infiltrating their ranks from the start, this bloodbath could have been avoided. The two stood there, eyes locked in a silent clash, until 𝑩𝒍𝒍 finally responded with a cold, piercing gaze. "Don't be naive," he countered. It wasn't his burden to carry, and besides, the enemy was already 10 steps ahead of them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the heart of the ruins, where Lord Elric is surrounded, mocking the assassins for such a pathetic ambush. His attendant, Lydia, tried to intervene, but in a heartbeat, another shadow appeared, an elite hunter aiming for her throat. Elric didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, throwing himself in the line of fire to shield the girl from the lethal strike. "Absolute hell," he spat, gritting his teeth against the pain. Lydia hovered over him, terrified, but he just stood his ground. "Stay back," he commanded, his voice like iron. "I've got this." In a flash, his mana exploded and the real slaughter began. Lydia insisted she could fight, that she could take to the skies, but the Lord wasn't listening to reason. He knew the truth. These weren't common thugs, and if she stayed in the fray, she wouldn't last 10 seconds. The traitor 𝑩𝒍𝒍 laughed. "She's right, Elric. You don't have the luxury of playing hero when your own life is forfeit." With a sickening crack, 𝑩𝒍𝒍's lantern shattered, and a monstrous, unknown entity crawled out from the darkness within. 4 Grandmaster Knights, an entire squad of elites, all of this, just to ensure one man never left these ruins alive. Elric scoffed. He was almost impressed by the effort. They'd certainly done their homework before coming for his head. 𝑩𝒍𝒍 sneered. "Don't flatter yourself. The Shadow Guild spent years on this plan. A fool like you never stood a chance." Elric's blood boiled. 𝑩𝒍𝒍 had been right. Every single warning about the assassination plot was coming true right before his eyes. He dismissed it as a lie, but now he had to face the reality that a group of vipers had been nesting in his own house. He wondered how 𝑩𝒍𝒍 had seen through it all, but there were more pressing matters at hand. He demanded to know why the boy hadn't acted sooner, but then he caught himself, remembering his own code of honor. A true leader never doubts his brothers in arms. As the master of this realm, he chose trust over suspicion, even if it meant his end. The traitors erupted in mocking laughter. They'd known he was a soft-hearted idiot from day one, and they'd played him for years. Lydia was fuming. How could he have been so blind? He hadn't even bothered to verify the intel about his own men. Right then, that cursed skull artifact from before surged with dark energy, launching a devastating blast straight at the Lord. He dodged, barely. 𝒔𝒊𝒅 just smiled, thanking him for the sheer stupidity of keeping them on his team all this time. "And for that," the traitor whispered, "you can finally die." But Elric wasn't finished yet. "I said I didn't want to doubt you," he growled. Suddenly, his true power erupted, striking 𝒔𝒊𝒅 with the force of a falling star. The traitor collapsed instantly, defeated and broken. "It turns out," Elric spat, "the only idiot here is you." Back at the other entrance, the squire gasped. "Wait! You're saying Lord Elric knew the whole time?" 𝒔𝒊𝒅 just sighed. "If you can't see the obvious, stop asking stupid questions," he snapped. Then he found himself standing over Sir Cedric. 𝒔𝒊𝒅 looked down at the fallen knight. "Are you just going to lie there in the dirt like a beaten dog?" Cedric struggled to his feet, a wild look in his eyes. "You think you've seen my limit? Don't worry, kid, I believe you now." But he wasn't about to let it end like this. He was going to finish this on his own terms. Behind them, his entire unit had been brutally wiped out. Julian watched in shock as 𝒔𝒊𝒅 turned and stepped into the portal. He emerged on the other side, coming face to face with Lord Elric. "Did you see the rest of the group?" Elric asked. 𝒔𝒊𝒅 didn't even blink. "Nope, I only cared about the path ahead. What are you going to do now, Lord?" Elric went silent. His pride was stinging, but he knew the truth. "We have to retreat," he muttered under his breath. There were too many villains lurking in the dark, and even if they reached the heart of the labyrinth, the boss hadn't even appeared. It was a losing game. Their only option was to find an escape route before they all ended up as corpses in this hole. Elric turned to 𝒔𝒊𝒅, his voice unusually soft. "I'm sorry. None of this would have happened if I wasn't so damn stubborn." 𝒔𝒊𝒅 shrugged. "As long as you know that, we're good." Elric's face turned bright red with pure irritation. "I went out of my way to apologize, and you're still treating me like this." 𝒔𝒊𝒅 just looked away, unimpressed. A total waste of time. No merit points, no rewards, nothing. But deep down, he knew sharing the intel was the right move. At least they were alive to fight another day. Just then, Lydia appeared, her face pale as she delivered the news. Arthur realized he had to change plans immediately. His knowledge of the future was becoming a liability since the timeline was shifting beyond his control. If things kept diverging like this, his foresight would be worthless. For that reason, the young noble decided to abandon his original strategy right then and there. Suddenly, the secretary spoke up, confused. "Where are the traps? Where are the monsters?" Hearing this, Arthur's heart skipped a beat. He was genuinely stunned. Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒅 mentioned they had crossed several chambers without seeing a single threat. They actually believed they were going to stroll out of this dungeon safely. But Arthur knew better. Something was dead wrong. This entire section of the cursed vault should have been a literal death trap teeming with nightmare beasts. Every step should have been a fight for survival, yet these other areas were eerily empty. They didn't face a single threat on their way through the maze. He needed to figure out why, and fast. Because if the path was clear, there was no way the original heroes reached the master in his previous life. It just didn't add up. Without those trials, the timeline shouldn't even exist. And that's when the atmosphere in the room turned absolutely freezing. Everyone froze. Arthur and the group slowly turned their heads, sensing an overwhelming pressure. They were looking at something truly terrifying lurking in the shadows. "What is that thing?" 𝒔𝒊𝒅 whispered. A massive, fearsome creature was glaring at them with murderous intent. It was a monster straight out of a nightmare. The vault boss. Without warning, the beast swung its massive axe with earth-shattering force, slamming directly into the group and sending them flying like ragdolls. The impact was insane. To make matters worse, the Gateway of Echoes, their only escape route, was completely demolished in the chaos. They were trapped. 𝒊𝒅 lunged forward to grab Arthur, trying to shield him. But Arthur was already on the move, shouting that he understood the gravity of their situation. It was go time. 𝒊𝒅 ignited his knightly skills, and our boy did the same, both of them surging forward with everything they had in a desperate gambit. They engaged in brutal close combat against the massive Minotaur. Steel met iron as 3 powerful attacks collided in a shower of sparks and thunder. The beast wasn't done, though. It swung again, but they managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Then, the monster's forehead began to glow with an eerie light. Out of nowhere, skeletal warriors crawled from the ground. 𝒊𝒅's face went pale. He realized these were rank S monsters, the kind that level entire cities. Arthur looked back and saw even more shadows emerging. The secretary panicked, wondering how an entire army could just appear out of thin air like that. Then, a booming voice echoed through the vault. It spoke of those wandering the labyrinth and those foolish enough to disturb its eternal rest. "Do not worry," the voice chilled them to the bone. "Everything will be resolved all at once." In other words, they were all about to be executed. The wall of monsters surged forward. The group was cornered, staring death in the face as the horde closed in for the kill. It looked like game over. But then Lord 𝒊𝒅 stepped up. He carved through the front line of Minotaurs while Arthur provided backup, cutting down anything that got too close. Together, they managed to hold the line, restraining the beasts just long enough. Arthur gave the signal, and it was time for the big guns. 𝒊𝒅 began chanting, unleashing a massive wave of magic that incinerated the monsters. "Impressive," he muttered, but his relief lasted only a split second. His eyes widened in shock. Despite being blasted to pieces, the monsters were still moving. They stood back up, their gazes even more threatening than before. They weren't dying, they were preparing a counterattack. A massive surge of energy fired toward 𝒊𝒅, who barely managed to roll out of the way. He lunged back with a heavy punch, but it was like hitting a brick wall. The attack did absolutely nothing to slow the creature down. That's when the realization hit. These things had high-speed regeneration. As more monsters surrounded them, 𝒊𝒅 knew they were in deep, deep trouble. The only way out was to kill the boss, but how? He was powerful, sure, but he couldn't go all out while trying to protect the others. If he focused on the boss, the others would be slaughtered. If he stayed back, they'd all eventually tire out and die. It was an impossible choice. "If we strike together," he thought. There was a tiny window of opportunity, but it required a level of trust and timing they didn't have. His mind flashed back to an old mentor. The elder had once asked him what kind of leader he wanted to be. "Choices define your path, 𝒊𝒅." The old man warned him that strength alone doesn't make a comrade. You have to look at the soul of the person standing beside you in battle. You have to consider who they are, not just what they can do. Because in the heat of war, your life is literally in their hands. 𝒊𝒅 remembered his own stubbornness. He wasn't the type to live his life doubting every word the elders said, but he also wasn't a blind follower. "Sometimes you need to doubt," the elder had insisted. In this world of players and betrayal, a single moment of misplaced trust is a death sentence. He'd seen too many good men fall because of one small mistake. Sometimes, to protect what matters most, you have to be willing to let go. Strength doesn't solve every problem. Recognizing your own limits is the hallmark of a truly great player, knowing when to sacrifice and when to hold. Choosing the most important goal was the priority. That was the hard truth of their world, but 𝒊𝒅 had always hated that kind of logic. He looked at the elder back then and felt a surge of defiance. Was the old man only saying that because he was too weak to save everyone? Back in the present, the silence was deafening. 𝒊𝒅 realized he'd been arrogant. He should have taken those lessons to heart much sooner. "It's my fault," he growled. If he focused on the enemy, his friends would die. But if he played it safe, they'd all die anyway. It was a lethal paradox. No matter what choice he made, the blood would be on his hands. The outcome seemed set in stone. But Lord 𝒊𝒅 wasn't the type to just accept a tragic ending. He refused to let fate dictate his path or the lives of his companions. With a roar of defiance, he gripped his weapon and charged at the Minotaur. It was all or nothing now. After effortlessly crushing the beast, the knight shouted to Arthur. He swore he'd find a path to save their brothers in arms. He'd grind those monsters to dust until they begged for mercy. It was his choice to make, but Arthur, he just stood there. He didn't care about the knight's talk. There was still a trick to killing these minotaurs. Suddenly, boom. A massive blast rocked the field. The minotaur growled, claiming its choice was made. It mocked them, calling Arthur's plan a pathetic mistake. The worst move possible, the beast sneered. But it didn't matter. In the end, the bloody outcome would stay exactly the same. Then the horde swarmed forward. Sir Cedric didn't flinch, bracing himself as he charged his most devastating strike at the front line. The beast just laughed. Do it 1,000 times, it won't change a thing. But right then, something shifted. Arthur emerged through the roaring flames like a ghost. He tapped into that strange, forbidden power of his. Cedric yelled, "It's all on you now." Arthur's turn. In a heartbeat, he unleashed his secret art against the Titan. The invisible shield surrounding the beast began to crack. Shattered, the barrier broke, and the strike landed true. But let's rewind, just a few moments before this happened. Cedric had asked how to kill the damn thing. Arthur admitted he was guessing, but he had a theory about these dimensions. They were linked through magical rifts. The gap where the Minotaur stood, it was likely tethered to an entirely different realm of existence. That space was the key. The Witch Queen was using it to resurrect and heal these monsters every time they retreated back through. Cut off that connection, and the monsters would vanish instantly. Cedric just started laughing like a madman at the sheer audacity. "If you're wrong, we're all dead," Cedric barked. Arthur didn't blink. "If I do nothing, we're dead anyway. What's the difference?" Nearby, the royal scribe and that unhinged mercenary watched the chaos in stunned silence. They'd never seen anything like this. They were seeing a war of legends unfold right before their eyes. Back to the present, Arthur finally makes contact with the beast. He scores a direct hit, drawing first blood. Arthur was shocked it actually worked, but there was no time to celebrate. Cedric seized the moment, lunging forward with a heavy swing. Boom! Even after that double assault, the monster was still standing. Within seconds, the beast flickered and vanished. Arthur collapsed, gasping for air on the dirt. Then he looked up and froze. Cedric was mangled. His arm was completely gone. But before Arthur could scream, something moved in the thick, black smoke. It was back. The Minotaur stepped out of the haze, looking untouched. The survivors tried one desperate charge, but it was useless. It casually tossed a pile of bones at them, laughing. "You humans are quite impressive," the monster sneered. "Truly unexpected." It never thought a mortal could manipulate a rift it had created. But here's the scary part. It hadn't even been trying yet. It hadn't even tapped into the laws of reality until now. Suddenly, its aura exploded. It was 10 times stronger than before. Arthur tried to rush in again, but wham! He was swatted away like a fly. The sheer power gap was absolutely terrifying. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. It wasn't even a fight anymore. If Arthur didn't use his trump card, he was toast. Without that one specific spell, he'd be dead in seconds. But even with it, victory felt like a distant, impossible dream. If he didn't kill it in a single strike, the beast's predatory hunger would go berserk. And then, total unmitigated chaos. Anything could happen, and none of it was good. Still, Arthur had no other options. This was his last stand. A memory flashed back, a young boy's voice. "It's all about how you apply it," the child whispered in his mind. Why ask for help when the descriptions were right there in the ledger? But the ledger only told half the story. In the real world, a spell could be twisted and reshaped. It wasn't just words on a page. You had to make it yours. Take spirit magic. The boy used it to harden his skin and even forge bullets of pure light. That's the real secret. Arthur usually just dumped all his mana into his enchanted ring. But that was amateur hour. He needed to mix his arts. If a spell felt clumsy, he had to wrap it in his own unique energy. Rewrite the magic. He was the only one who could. He could do this. Back in the present, Arthur lunged. His blade connected with the Minotaur's massive form once again. Impact, the Minotaur's giant axe actually cracked. But the beast didn't care. It swung back at Arthur with murderous intent. Arthur watched his prey with cold, calculating eyes. He was charging everything he had into one final, devastating blast of energy. He unleashed it. Weapons shattered into pieces as the power surged. Then, Arthur summoned his spirit chains to bind the beast. He lashed them around the monster. "I knew it," he muttered. It was working exactly like he'd visualized in his mind. He'd felt it before, the magic bending to his will. If he could change the form, he could combine his powers together. It was a mystery, even to him. He didn't understand the source, but in this moment, the why didn't matter at all. Whatever this power was, it was enough. With a final roar, Arthur drove his magic home, finally bringing the Titan down. "I'm owning this power," he growled. As he finished the spell, the massive Minotaur began to fall apart, completely. The Dread Queen is crushed, turning into nothing but dust. Total defeat. Inside the vault, the other knights are left dazed, trying to process what just went down. Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open. Our hero, 𝒊𝒆𝒅, limps into the room, carrying the legendary Sir Arthur Blackwood on his back, both of them looking absolutely battered. Everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief. They rush forward, surrounding the two in a desperate embrace. Finally, the nightmare of the Crimson Maze is over. With the queen dead, the spoils are revealed. We're talking mountains of gold and silver treasures hidden deep within the labyrinth. But the real prize: a legendary elixir. One sip, and your stats skyrocket. It's called the Fountain of the Stars, a once-in-a-lifetime find for any warrior in the realm. There wasn't enough to go around, obviously. So the party decides it goes to 𝒊𝒆𝒅 and Arthur, the two who basically carried the entire raid on their shoulders. But for Arthur, it's bittersweet. The boost from the potion won't even cover the strength he lost when he sacrificed his right arm to win the fight. The rats who tried to sabotage the mission, they were caught red-handed and thrown in irons. With the traitors dealt with, the survivors finally get some rest. And just like that, the chaotic siege of the Crimson Maze comes to an end. The team focuses on healing their wounds and finding some peace. During a public address later, the town criers are relentless. They grill Sir Arthur about the rumors. "Is it true?" they ask. "Are you hanging it up?" Arthur isn't having any of it. He snaps back that he's not retiring, he's just taking a short breather. But then he gets a bit spicy. He looks absolutely annoyed and calls them all idiots. He literally asks if they've forgotten what rest actually means. He's beyond furious. In the background, a girl from his guild tells him to watch his mouth and be more careful with his words. Classic Arthur, honestly. But the questions keep coming. Is it because of his arm? What about the upcoming continental tournament? The pressure is building fast. Another reporter tries to jump in, but Arthur cuts him off mid-sentence. He's done talking about his injuries or his future. He confirms the arm is a problem, but tells everyone to focus on the continental tournament. He's shifting the spotlight to something else entirely. He adds that someone capable of replacing him has already appeared. Then, he looks at 𝒊𝒆𝒅 and tells him to speak for himself right then and there. The crowd is stunned. 𝒊𝒆𝒅, that rookie player. People can't believe it, but another reporter points out his insane record from the raid. He ranked 5th in total contribution, which makes him perfectly qualified for the national team. But there's an even bigger rumor swirling around. Word is, thanks to that elixir, he might have reached sovereign rank. That's international-level power. A woman in the crowd thinks it's completely ridiculous. She scoffs, asking if this boy even understands what sovereign rank actually means. To her, it's a title reserved for actual monsters. She explains that sovereign rank is for warriors on a completely different level. Even among the elite, these people are in a class of their own. The rank only exists because they can't be classified by normal human standards. But before she can finish, 𝒊𝒆𝒅 steps onto the stage. He introduces himself with a calm focus. He tells the crowd straight up that he'll be one of the representatives in the upcoming tournament. He knows people are worried about Arthur being replaced. He's not blind to the doubt. He admits he's just a rookie compared to the others. He doesn't make any grand promises, either. He tells the crowd he can't guarantee he'll be a perfect legend right out of the gate. He's just there to do his best. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a mysterious man is watching Alestair and laughing to himself. He wonders if this kid really is the new peak of power for the kingdom of Eldoria. It's a very interesting development. Elsewhere, a noblewoman observes the hero. She notes there's currently no way to actually confirm these wild rumors about his sovereign rank. Over at a nearby tavern, a young man asks his friend if Alestair is actually as confident as he looked on that stage. His companion just laughs it off. He says it's obvious the kid is just putting on a show. He doesn't buy the hype at all. "You think just anyone can reach sovereign rank?" he asks. He claims he knew this was all just talk from the very beginning. And that's where we leave things. If you don't want to miss Alestair's next big fight, make sure to hit that notification bell. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time right here on the channel.